Welcome to the second week of the examination hearing into the Ipswich Borough Council Local Plan Review. As it's 9:30, it's time for me to open this hearing session, which is into matter 6, housing allocations. So again, just to introduce ourselves, my name is Mike Hayden. I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I've been appointed jointly with Karen Baker, who is also a Chartered Town Planner. We've been appointed by the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to hold this examination into the soundness of the Ipswich Borough Council Local Plan Review, which for the sake of brevity, I will refer from now on to as the plan. And we've been asked to produce a report on our conclusions and recommendations with regard to soundness. Could I just remind everybody, just a couple of pieces of admin. Everyone, if you could just make sure your mobile phones are switched off or on silent mode or any other electronic devices whilst the hearing is in session, obviously. And can you also please ensure that your microphone is muted? I can see that you all have that. But if you can do that until you're invited to speak, so that we can avoid any disturbance from background noise or feedback from computers or microphones. Just to remind everybody, the hearing session is being live streamed, as well as being recorded by the council, and the recording will be published shortly after the close of the session. It will be published on the council's YouTube channel, and there is a link to the YouTube channel from the examination website for any interested parties to view. So just to clarify a couple of things, our role as inspectors is to assess whether the plan satisfies the requirements of the 2004 Act and the relevant regulations, and also whether it's sound. And in order to be sound, the National Planning Policy Framework states that plans should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. Annette Feeney is the Programme Officer for the examination, who you'll all have met. And just to clarify, morning Annette. Annette works for Ms Baker and I. She works independently of the council. Annette is responsible for all the administrative arrangements, and just to clarify, again, outside of the hearing sessions, any contact should be made through Annette, please. Thanks, Annette. So a little bit about the hearing session, and then I'll also talk about the updates to the programme and also some additional documentation that came in yesterday. So again, just to clarify, our guidance note outlines the procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions, the way in which written representations will be dealt with, and the availability of information. The way that we expect participants to conduct themselves during the hearing sessions is also set out for ease of reference in our virtual hearing etiquette guidance, which should have been sent out to all participants along with their invitations. This part of the hearing on housing allocations is programmed to run for 3 sessions today and 3 sessions tomorrow. You'll note that we've made some changes to the programme for tomorrow, which I'll come on to shortly, but we will aim to finish no later than 3:30 p.m. today, and the same tomorrow, with appropriate breaks as set out on the agenda. There may need to be some flexibility on that, subject to how things go today and tomorrow. So just to clarify, the hearing will be in the form of a structured discussion, which Ms Baker and I will lead, and that will follow the previously circulated agenda, which, as you'll gather, is based on the matters, issues and questions paper, which has already been circulated. What I'll do is I'll invite people to speak at particular times, but if you've something to contribute in the appropriate part of the discussion, then please indicate your wish to speak by using the raise hand function on Zoom, and I'm trusting that that is available to all the participants this morning. I guess failing that, you can just raise your hand to catch my attention. What we do ask you to do is just to keep your cameras switched on, I beg your pardon, for the entire session, if possible, so that we can see you, but with your microphones muted until you're invited to speak. The only exception to that is where there's more than one participant per representor, and in the council's case, a witness, but also the council's advocate in this case. So those are really the only exceptions, but otherwise, where there's more than one participant per representor, we ask that only one participant has their camera on at any one time. There may be some questions on which we have enough information, and where that's the case, we'll make that clear, and there may well be little or no discussion on those particular questions. If I could also just remind participants that you should have provided all your evidence in your original representation. So again, just to remind everyone, the hearings are not the opportunity to submit anything further. Any comments you make during the hearing session should therefore relate to the points of your original representation. So again, just to clarify, we have read your representations and your hearing position statements, so there's no need to repeat what you've already said. The purpose of this session is for us to seek clarification or further information on any outstanding questions that we may have. Okay, just a couple of brief comments about the updated programme and also the additional documents that came in yesterday. So just before I invite participants to introduce themselves for this first session, I did just want to highlight one or two things. So in terms of the programme, hopefully you will have seen that what we've done is we've extended the discussion of housing allocations to all 3 sessions tomorrow. That's Wednesday tomorrow, to ensure that we have enough time to deal with all of the evidence. So that means what we've done is we've moved the session on the IP1 Area Action Plan from tomorrow afternoon to Tuesday afternoon next week. That's the 15th of December, and that will be after the resumed session on the Ipswich Garden suburb, which is programmed for the morning of next Tuesday. The sessions that were programmed previously on matters 4 and 5, again, hopefully you'll have seen this, that's on employment and retail policies and allocations. So those were due to take place on the 15th of December. Those are now being dealt with by written representations. So we've written to the council with our views on where we consider main modifications would be required for soundness on those matters. And for anyone that's interested in those matters, our letter is core document I-43, and that's on the examination website. In terms of other evidence, we also received evidence yesterday from the council in response to our request for further information on housing supply and delivery matters during the first week of hearing sessions. All of those documents should be on the website today. They should be loaded up under section K of the core documents list, but they were also circulated to interested parties yesterday. Now, we're obviously conscious that this is evidence that we requested. Obviously, it's come in fairly late for the sessions this week, but we're conscious that some of those documents are likely to be relevant to discussions on housing allocations of 5-year land supply this week. So what we're saying is that where participants aren't able to respond to that evidence during the hearing sessions, what we will do is extend the opportunity for written responses, but we'll clarify that later on this week. Okay, so before introductions, does anyone have any questions about what I've just said about the updated programme, the additional evidence, or the hearing sessions today and tomorrow? Okay, wonderful. So can I ask participants now to, just for this session, to introduce themselves, please, starting with the council.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Isabella Teffor, and I'm a barrister providing legal support to Ipswich Borough Council. Mr. Bird is not available this week, so I'm filling in for him. And you'll also see Carlos Hone, who is going to be giving evidence for the council this morning, and there are others in the background who may be called in as and when they're necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Teffor, and good morning, Mr. Hone as well. Thank you. Okay, so if I can perhaps come to law, Mr. Hollingworth, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Sam Hollingworth, planning consultant at Stratton Parker on behalf of Law Homes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hollingworth. And if I can come to Boyer Planning, please, Mr. Edgerley.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name's Mark Edgerley. I work at Boyer Planning, and we're representing Ipswich School in these sessions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Edgerley. And if I can come to SSP and Mr. Edwards, if you could introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Chris Edwards. I'm representing Skinner Salter Partnership in relation to matters concerning site IP 034. Bourne Gardens on Worsted Road.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Edwards. Thank you. Mr. Patience, I appreciate you're here on screen. I think you're here to deal with the I think site IP 067A, which we're due to discuss this afternoon. So unless there was something you wanted to say now, you're very welcome to clearly stay in the session with your camera off and listen to what's going on. But unless there was something that I'm not aware of that you needed to contribute to this first session this morning, we'll perhaps see you this afternoon, but please speak.
Yeah, that's fine, sir. I was just for introductions. Stuart Patience, Spatial Planning Manager at Anglian Water, and you're quite right. Our interest is in terms of IP 67A, and this afternoon, no, it's later. Sorry, I'll be joined by my colleague Richard Lyon. But yes, no, I haven't got anything particularly contribute at this stage. No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Patience. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's good. Well, I think without further ado, we will proceed with the first session, which is really to discuss policy SP2 as a whole. So clearly we'll be looking at individual housing allocations this afternoon, or later on this morning and this afternoon and tomorrow. But this is to look at SP2 as a whole. I also just want to touch on a policy SP3, which I'll do so towards the end of the session, this first session. But I just want to just for clarity, break the discussion into two parts. Firstly, what I want to consider is the council's approach to the selection of housing sites for allocation. And that really follows on from questions 108 and 109 in the MIQs. And then I want to move on to looking at policies SP2 and SP3 and the associated site sheets in terms of their effectiveness and whether those policies are clear so that a decision maker will know how to react to a development proposal on them. And that really picks up on questions 110 and 112 to 117, and then question 160 on policy SP3 in the MIQs. So that's how we'll deal with it. What I'll do is just read out the question in the MIQs, just to remind ourselves what it is that we're focusing on. So question 108 is about the site selection process. So was the process for the selection of site allocations robust? Was an appropriate range and selection of sites assessed, and were reasonable alternatives considered? Were appropriate criteria taken into account in deciding which sites to select, and was the assessment against those criteria robust? So I wanted to come to Blore first, actually, and just ask you in relation to your representations. So, Ms. Hollingworth, you say in your representations in your hearing position statement that the process for selecting and discounting sites was not robust because you say, as an example, the council found your company's site or your client's site at Humberdoosey Lane to be unsuitable due to concerns about the need to maintain separate identity of Rushmere Village. But you consider that can be addressed, and therefore the council's approach in discounting that site, its site selection process was flawed. However, the council says it followed the procedure for site assessment in PPG. It considered all sites put forward in the call for sites. It assessed them against the same criteria and gave reasons in relation to those criteria for selecting some and rejecting others. So the question to you is, and appreciate I'm summarising what's been said, how that's done clearly involves a degree of judgment, I think we would all accept. So why is it that you say the process is flawed and not robust? If we can just start on that, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I think if we turn to the Strategic Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, January 2020, which is document D13 in the Council's core document library. I don't know if you have that to hand, sir, or if possibly don't need to. I'm happy just to talk through.
Well, that's fine. I will go to it. So D, just give me the reference again. Sorry.
D13.
D13. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So is there a reference in there?
Thank you. There's several elements we wish to highlight there. I think clearly demonstrate that the process hasn't been robust in terms of site selection. And just initially, before we actually come on to the specific sites, I think paragraphs that merit highlighting include at 2.41, where it states that where constraints have been identified, the council will look to see if actions can be taken to overcome these. So in short, whether those constraints can be mitigated, which of course is entirely appropriate. Just before that, at 2.38 to 2.40, the council describes how it's considered achievability. And I think, again, I would say that's broadly appropriate and broadly aligns with PPG, which does make clear that achievability is essentially a judgment about the commercial viability of a site. So we have those two different elements there. However, when we come on to the actual assessment of sites in relation to such factors, and I use IP302 as an example, which is my client site, but is really an example. I think firstly, in relation to the suitability, we simply, well, the SHELAR simply asserts that there are access, drainage and infrastructure constraints. There's no evidence that is merely an assertion. Secondly, on that point, representations on behalf of my clients through the plan making process have set out how those constraints can be overcome, which links back to 2.41 of the SHELAR's purported methodology and purpose. Yet there is no evidence that the council has considered that information that's been submitted to it. So not only is it not provided evidence to support its view the site is not suitable, it's not considered, from what I can see, the evidence to counter that has been provided to it. And I think particularly on achievability, so as you'll see in the assessment of IP302, the site is deemed to be unachievable on the basis that it would engender coalescence with Rushmere. Well, that's simply a categorical error. That's not an achievability issue. That is a suitability issue, and one that needs to be considered in the round. It needs to be balanced with well, one, it needs to be considered in the round. It needs to be balanced with other factors. It's wholly inappropriate for it to be treated as an absolute constraint to the site. And secondly, in any case, it is one which we have submitted evidence as part of the plan making process as to how it can be overcome. Yet again, there's no consideration here. So I think that sums up and exemplifies the flawed nature of this process, which I think, so we say, has to be seen in the context of a local plan, which by the council's own admission will not meet housing needs in the early years of the plan period, and over the plan period as a whole will fail to meet the needs for family homes. So we have a site that could achieve that, which has been rejected on totally spurious grounds.
Okay, and just to clarify, so your site is includes the area within Ipswich Borough on IP302, yeah, which is currently
That's sorry, yeah, that's correct, sir. Yes,
the
part
largest
of that site. Yes,
cross-boundary
yes.
site, yeah.
That's, yeah. There's a separate issue in that the process doesn't seem to have considered beyond the administrative boundary and treated that as an absolute. But yeah, in terms of the process that has been undertaken, then yeah, evidently that in itself is flawed as well, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. I'm going to ask council to respond to that, please. Mr. Furr or Mr. Honam.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. The council do consider that the SHELA has been undertaken in accordance with the appropriate guidance in terms of the PPG. It is important to make the point that the SHELA broadly is in consistency with all of the other SHELAs being brought forward as part of the ISPA areas themselves, the other local plans in and around the area. And it has been thoroughly undertaken in a robust fashion. In terms of the specifics of the site that Mr. Hollingsworth makes reference to, the separation between the site and the adjacent village of Rushmere is very important. It's made reference to in our statement of common ground with East Suffolk. It's of particular reference with regards to the strategic location of Humberdew Lane as well as part of that allocation. Last week we went in, 2 weeks ago we went into significant detail about that and the importance of the separation between that site and Rushmere, which is further away than this site. I think there are some inconsistencies with the approach to the evidence that's been put forward by Bloor on this particular site. It's not particularly big. It is constrained by access onto Humberdew Lane. It's a strip of land effectively. However, the land the company are promoting is significant in terms of most of the development site sits within the East Suffolk region and was considered as part of the Suffolk Coastal Local Plan examination. The site that was being promoted was 2,000 dwellings, I seem to remember, and a very small element of that would be within the Borough Council. It's considered that the relationship between the two, as promoted by Bloor Homes, is very important. The Matter 6 statement that Bloor Homes put in with regards to this particular site, it's not considered that the deliverability of what they're proposing is actually in accordance with what would be surrounding it. The Matter 6 statement says that this would provide 200 important homes to the borough of Ipswich, when it wouldn't be able to accommodate 200 dwellings given the surrounding density that informs the character of the area. 200 dwellings on a site of this side would be almost 125 dwellings per hectare. So it's not felt that the position of Bloor on this particular site is robust, and it's not considered that the amount of dwellings that they're putting forward would be consistent with the character of the surrounding area. In terms of the SHELA, we're confident in the approach that's been taken and the importance of the character of Rushmere.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hone. Can I just ask you a specific question in relation to one of the things that Mr. Hollingworth said? So he said that that Bloor have put forward evidence to demonstrate that issues around infrastructure, highway constraints, separation can be adequately dealt with, and that there's no evidence that the council has considered that in assessing this site. So I just wondered if you could address that point, and then secondly, I think he's saying that the council has said the site is not achievable because of the separation from Rushmere, but that's not an achievability issue, it's a suitability issue. So you just respond on those couple of matters.
I think in terms of achievability, the matter is due to the density that's being put forward. It's not achievable at the density that the Bloor homes are putting forward. The site is adjacent to access to Rushmere, and it's an important part of that site. So it's not considered that you would be able to achieve the density that is being proposed by Bloor homes.
Okay. But is that clear from the site assessment schedule? So I'm looking at pages 206 and 207 of the SHELAR. So
yes, it states that achievability, the site's not achievable owing to the need to protect the separate identity of Rushmere.
Yeah. So it's just a question around is that really an achievability issue, which is ultimately about viability, isn't it, and whether a site can be delivered or not.
So could I just chip in to say Mr. Hollingworth helpfully took us to the section on achievability in the early part of the SHELAR, paragraphs 2.38 to 2.42, which do make it clear under the heading of achievability that where constraints have been identified in either the suitability, availability or achievability of a site, the council will consider whether there are actions that can be taken to remove or mitigate the constraints. So first point is there's not a clear or bright line division that separates suitability from achievability. There is some overlap. And I'll ask Mr. Hone to respond on the evidence, but I would just, that was submitted by Bloor, but I would just say, just because Bloor have submitted evidence which hasn't been accepted by the council doesn't mean it hasn't been taken into account.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hone?
Oh, sorry, I was thought I was muted. Yes, I think that I would need to look at that evidence in a bit more detail before coming back to you with a precise answer, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. We are not proposing and never have, as any of our submissions, to place 200 dwellings on the element of that site, which is within Ipswich Borough Council. So that element that's been assessed as IP302. We are looking at circa 30 dwellings for that as part of a wider first phase development of 200 dwellings.
Okay.
And I think, as is clear, so the achievability section makes no reference to density, no reference to inappropriate quantum on that land or in any way. It's simply referring to Rushmere and the issues of coalescence, effectively. In terms of the distinction between suitability and achievability, it is important because the SHELAR is effectively setting out why the sites, because I think whilst we are talking about a specific site here, of course, this goes to the robustness of the evidence as a whole. And yes, as the council point to, that in the introduction, the methodology and the description of how achievability should be considered, we don't have any qualms with. I think that is broadly compliant with PPG. But when it goes on to the actual assessment of that against the relevant factors, then clearly that isn't appropriate. So you end up with a situation where a site seemingly has been scored or has been deemed undeliverable based on a judgment that it's not achievable, and that's absolute constraint. When, as I said, sir, that should have been a factor considered in the round as part of suitability. So we have to consider what is the overall number of dwellings provided for this plan. Does that meet need, both in quantity terms and in typology? And then factor that in. But instead, we have a situation where a site which could help meet those needs, and I'd say this is merely one example, I'm sure there were others in this session that could come on to other examples, where a site has been rejected on what is clearly a categorical error.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. I think unless there are any other contributions on that particular point, I'm going to come to Mr. Edgerly and the Ipswich Schools representation. So, Mr. Edgerly, you say that of the housing allocations that have been included, many of the housing allocations that have been included because they are in the existing local plan. They're existing local plan allocations. You say that that's been done without assessing the specifics of each site. So my sort of point back to you, and there is a question at the end of it, is the PPG does say that sites in existing plans can generally be considered suitable for development, subject to assessing whether constraints have changed or not, or whether circumstances have changed. So in looking at Appendix G of the SHELAR, that does assess each of the existing allocations against the same criteria as other new sites have been assessed, and it adjusts that assessment based on the any changes in circumstances. So I think my question back to you on the point that you made there is, what is wrong with the council's approach on these sites that are in the existing local plan? It would appear that they have been assessed afresh, as it were.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think the point we've sort of tried to highlight in the representations and the hearing statements is that the sort of reliance of the council on these sites is probably the main sticking point, and the thing that is, I suppose, most fundamentally the issue that we've identified. I think, in that sort of context, we could sort of argue that the plan isn't sort of being ambitious enough, because there is a number of allocations which, for a number of reasons, and obviously the council have identified the various reasons on the various sites why they've sort of been delayed, why they're not coming forward as expected. But we're sort of the view that if they were to roll forward them sites, continue with them allocations, however we want to label them or describe them, they also need to be complemented by other additional sites across the borough, which can you would hope can also meet their strategy as well, and complement that strategy of urban renewal and also greenfield release, but just sort of providing some, I suppose in very simple terms, looking to provide some newer allocations which can complement these long-term outstanding ones. I think what we've tried to do in the hearing statements is just sort of identify that there are issues with the sites. I think in part that is why the council is struggling with its housing land supply, and potentially having difficulties, has just been outlined in terms of meeting the need for family housing as well, and also as we discussed in previous sessions. So I think in terms of looking to be effective with the representations that we've submitted, we're calling for additional sites to be to be added, which would complement the existing site. But yeah, we certainly understand the position the council have taken with the existing allocations. We just sort of think there's a fragility in relying on them.
Okay. Thank you. And clearly, we'll come on to talk about individual allocations later on, including a number that are allocated in the existing local plan. So I'll just ask the council if you could respond to that. If there's anything you wish to respond to on that point.
Thank you, sir. I don't think that Mr. Edgley was criticising the Sheila in any way, that it's been brought forward. From what I could hear, it was just specifics about particular sites that they have some concern about, which we can address later on in today's sessions.
Yeah, and just the point around an over-reliance on the existing local plan sites, which have been allocated for a long period of time, but they need to be complemented by other newer allocations. What do you say about that?
Well, I would say that we are being ambitious in terms of the site allocation process. As we've described already in the hearings, Ipswich is a very unique town. It is very constrained with regards to the land that it has available to it. And there is a need to regenerate the town centre. Much of that work has been undertaken at the waterfront, and there are a number of other brownfield sites within the town centre, which the Borough Council is confident on. In addition to that, we are looking to allocate strategic sites. We have the largest greenfield site in Suffolk, Ipswich Garden Suburb, 3,500 homes. And there's been a lot of progress made on that since the adoption of the last local plan. Furthermore, we're looking at working with our neighbours at East Suffolk on the Humberdew Lane allocation. So I think in terms of the process that we're going through, yes, there is an identification of sites that have been in the last local plan, but it was only in 2017. I appreciate that some allocations have been there for a while, but as I said a minute ago, we will look at those sites in detail and identify where progress has been made on those.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ho. So I want to come on sort of lastly under question 108 to the representations that have been made by SSP. So it's really kicking off with a question to the council on this, which I'm sure Mr. Edwards may want to respond to, but I'm assuming that you've seen the representations by SSP and also the updated statement, the addendum to Mr. Edwards' hearing position statement, which was submitted last week, particularly dealing with flood risk evidence. And so my question to the council is, in the light of those representations made by SSP about the council's justification for discounting his client's site, that's IP034 at Worsted Road, was the flood risk evidence applied consistently in the site selection process?
Thank you. Yes, we would say that it is. The SFRA has been updated, and in terms of the SSP site IP034, it's been discounted because of the flood risk that is actual tidal flood risk. The remaining sites within the town centre are affected by residual tidal flood risk, but are protected by the Ipswich tidal barrier. That's a significant project which does allow a number of the town centre sites to be put forward as part of the plan, and is a significant infrastructure project that has been completed recently, subject to funding from the Borough Council and the Environment Agency. It includes the tidal barrier and a series of walls which stretch out eastwards. But this site, IP034, is not protected by that flood defence. The the framework that's identified within the council's development and flood risk SPD would mean that safe access from a tidal event would be necessary, and that's why this site has been discounted. I think when the inspectors make a visit to the site, they will see that the frontage of the site, where one of the main accesses is within a low-lying area of flood risk, and the area of refuge to the north of the site is on the opposite side of a railway embankment. And in order to access that part of the land to the north, you need to go under a railway bridge, which is again low-lying. So to get the safe emergency access to the site, it would not be possible. And that's why that site's been discounted. I think that should the safety framework change in the future, that may well change the council's position. Certainly the SPD is on the list of SPDs to be looked at following these hearings and adoption of the plan, we hope. And it may well be that the safety framework is amended, but that would need to go through due process and consultation with the relevant parties, including the Suffolk Resilience Forum. So it may well be that sometime in the future the site is an acceptable site, but it would, like I say, need to go through due process on the SPD.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edwards, do you want to just come back on that?
Thank you, sir. I think the key issue around suitability is the definition of safety, and our general point, I think, is that the parameters of what is safe. We say that the site IP034 was treated differently because it had a very much higher prescribed definition of safety than was attributed to the other potential development sites. And in fact, the reappraisal of the strategic flood risk assessment by AECOM appears to state that all sites that are in flood zones 2 and 3 can be safe, notwithstanding the fact that there may be times when even with a residual flood risk, are not accessible, but they can still be safe by providing safe refuge. That's one point. So in other words, our specific site flood risk assessment was as it showed on the website, was superseded by that generic statement, and we could not then comment on it until I represented the fact that it had suddenly reappeared alongside the generic flood risk assessment and having been reattributed as being moved. So a superseded document was then resurrected and set alongside the generic flood risk assessment as if it were a separate appraisal, whereas in fact the new flood risk assessment by AECOM from October encompasses the requirements that we say our site can provide. And the hydrology evidence is that 25% of the site is in flood zone 1, the area nearest to the railway embankment. And the point that Ipswich are making about access under the railway line is actually misleading, because you can access flood zone 1 north of the site to the estate adjacent to the site, alongside the railway embankment. If you look at the specific map of the Environment Agency flood risk map, there is a zone of flood risk 1 land that buffers the railway line and our site and the adjacent development, from which you could provide safe access if required. But it has been recognised in previous submissions on numerous occasions that safe access is not possible on any site all of the time, and that's the overall point, that it's a very, very limited amount of time on which you would have to provide for a situation where it was completely inaccessible. a period of a number of hours in 200 years with a combination effect of fire and flood. A lot of those issues can be designed out of the site. So, you know, with all due respect to the council's appraisal process, we say that it's now been superseded by the updated ACOM risk assessment, which downplays the requirement for safe access at all times. In fact, it says in there, you know, that sites will not be possible to be accessed all of the time. And our site is similar, and we can provide safe access off the site if necessary to the adjacent estate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I guess that's the specifics of your site, but I think the key point here is about whether the flood risk evidence has been applied consistently. And what seems to me one of the key points from this is that yes, there are sites within flood zones 2 and 3 which have been allocated, or partly in flood zones 2 and 3 which have been allocated, but where their presence in those zones is because of residual tidal flood risk rather than direct tidal flood risk, and that seems to me to be a key difference between your client's site and other sites which have been allocated. That in this case, this is outside of the area that benefits from the barrier, the tidal barrier flood protection, and therefore there is a distinct difference between the likelihood of flooding of this site compared to others which have a residual flood risk, tidal flood risk. You're muted.
So yes, I would respond to that by simply saying that the updated ACOM report merely notes that Worsted Road sites would have to have more emergency processes in place than perhaps others might. It doesn't say it's unsuitable. And furthermore, if you actually look at, if you drill down to the very detailed site flood risk area, the tidal protection, the barrier actually does protect the elements of the site that sit in flood zones 1 and 2, to the best of my knowledge. You know, it's a very detailed point, and so. And we would say that the site has been, you know, deemed unsuitable on the basis that it could benefit from the barrier, in fact, and that is marginal, but it still can, according to the map. You have to look very carefully, but it does actually benefit. But furthermore, because it's in zones 1 and 2, and you can design for zone 1 and get safe access to a zone 1 element of land in due course, that appears to me to, you know, to make it a suitable site. And the council did misrepresent by not saying it was actually in zone 1 part of the site anyway.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Edwards. I'm going to move on to, I've got a supplementary question in relation to question 109. So I just want to move on to that. So yeah, question 109 is about whether the proposed housing allocations are justified as the most appropriate sites when considered against the reasonable alternatives, and would they be consistent with national policy, in particular regard to 3 things: the relationship of the site to the existing settlement and its accessibility to local services and facilities, the evidence to support the site's deliverability as defined in Annex 2 of the NPPF, and then thirdly, their viability in regard to the provision of any infrastructure, affordable housing and other policy requirements. So I really just want to pick up on that last point about viability. And just, it's a question to the council, really. So clearly we'll deal with the relevance of that question to individual site allocations later on in this session when we come to discuss individual sites, particularly in relation to suitability and deliverability. So I just want to in dealing with this question overall, I just want to discuss the issue of achievability. So clearly the council will be aware that the PPG says that sites can be considered achievable where there's a reasonable prospect that a site will be developed for the allocated proposal. Essentially, this is a judgment about the economic viability of a site and the capacity of a developer to complete the development. That's what the PPG says. So I think just my high level question to the council is, given that many of the site allocations are on brownfield sites within the lower value area of the borough, which the whole plan viability assessment says are not viably able to support residential development with the affordable housing requirements set out in the plan, and also the other policy and infrastructure requirements of the plan. So in that circumstance, the question is, how does the council justify selecting those sites when their limited viability suggests that they may not be achievable? Sorry, that was a long question, but I think it was at the end.
That's okay. I think I grasped the gist of it. I think that we've already described in previous sessions about the difficulty of some of the housing sites and the viability position that we as Ipswich as a town have. The whole plan viability assessment identifies areas where there are more viable sites. And yes, some of the brownfield sites within town centre are more difficult to deliver. However, the policies are written in a way that does allow viability constraints to be a consideration in determining planning applications. And we as a council and as a planning department do work proactively with our partners in terms of the county council, those who are making demands in terms of Section 106 contributions, and developers themselves. We don't have SIL in place at Ipswich Borough Council, so there's no specific demand, and Section 106 is something that is to a degree negotiable, subject to planning decisions being acceptable in planning terms. On our committee agenda for December, we have a particular site that will be presented to our members, which is the Grafton Way site, where there are significant viability concerns about it. And in that process of determining applications and making recommendations to our members, it is very much about balancing the deliverability of the site, the importance of delivering housing, and the impact on infrastructure. And that is the process that we sort of go through in order to do that. We've also said in previous sessions about the importance of delivering affordable housing within Ipswich. And the Borough Council has its own arm's length companies where they are looking to deliver on their own sites, even where they are challenged by viability, because it's the council's own companies. They are able to deliver and still provide infrastructure on those sites. So we're hoping that meets the shortfall in affordable housing. Furthermore, we've mentioned, and you have a letter from Homes England about how we are looking to work with them on particularly challenging sites. And I would say, with regards to that Homes England work and discussion, there are 3 strands of investigation that we're going through with them. One is sites within the first 5 years to try and help bridge that viability gap. The second is a more general approach to sites further out in the plan period, to look at whether or not there's some funding available for consistent constraints that certainly apply to the town centre brownfield sites like archaeology and contamination. And the third strand of work, which has been broached with the council's chief executive, is capacity funding to help with the levels of engagement between the council's planning department and landowners in terms of bringing sites forward. So whilst on face value, the whole plan viability does identify that some of the sites are difficult to bring forward, there are a number of other routes that the council is looking to take to help that situation.
Okay.
So could I just chip in as well, just to draw your attention to the note that was provided, I think, to you yesterday from the council, which includes a paper from Aspinall Verdi, which discusses just the small changes in sales values and profits and the impacts that may have on the viability of some of these sites.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I've seen that and noted that. Yeah, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, yes, you have your hand up.
Thanks. I don't have a virtual hand, I'm afraid, on my screen, so
Okay.
the old-fashioned way. I just wanted to point out, it is a high-level point. The difference between, there's a sort of dissonance between policy CS2, the spatial strategy, and a statement in document A2.2, the site allocations and policies development plan document review final draft. I can supply these references if it's too quickly, but at the bottom of the policy CS2 final paragraph, it says, in the interests of maximizing the use of previously developed land, development densities will be high in the town centre, medium in the rest of IP1 and in and around the district centres, and low elsewhere, provided that all areas it doesn't compromise heritage assets. Now, in the A2 document, page 33.416, bullet point 3, it states the number of schemes for high density flats within IP1 which have been affected by weak market conditions and may be revised to slightly lower density schemes. The trend towards lower densities has been observed on other sites within the Ipswich housing market, for example, at Griffin Wharf. Council's concern is to retain the principle of residential or residential-led mixed use on the sites, which form an important element of the housing land supply. So we've got a contradiction effectively between those two statements. And as you know, sir, my submission has been that that has reflected a degree of confusion in the whole plan viability assessment around achievability because of this point that Mr. Edgley made in relation to the weak position regarding the allocations. And it is normal for allocations to be put in or with planning permission. That's perfectly normal. But the volume of it here has diluted the methodology in the appraisal, and it's caused this confusion that I've just pointed out. So on one hand, it says it's going to be, top slide, high density, medium, low, very, very clear cut. And then on the other hand, it says, well, no, we're not going to make it high density at all. We're going to make it low density. Well, what is it, high or low? We don't know.
Could the council just deal with that point, Mr. Harry? I don't know whether you can help with that.
Thank you. The policy on density is development management policy DM30. It does cover the densities quite clearly. I think that with regards to allocations, they are put in with an aspiration or density dependent on where they are located in the town centre. But in terms of achievability and how sites come forward, the market to a degree is important to reflect what is going to come forward within the plan period. And so I think there has to be some flexibility in the policy implementation in order to deliver these sites. Certainly within high, there's an average density requirement, which I think we've discussed in the previous sessions.
Okay, thank you. Unless there are any other contributions on that, I'm going to move on to the second part of the discussion. I appreciate we've got half an hour, but it should be more contained, I think, the second part. So I really just want to focus on sorry, I should just say in terms of question 111, we will be dealing with deliverability in the subsequent sessions in relation to individual sites. I'm not intending to deal with any supplementaries on that now. just want to turn to questions 110 and then 112 through to 116, which are really about the effectiveness of policy SP2, and really just some specific questions to ask the council on that. And obviously we have asked the council questions about this in our initial questions as well. So question 110 is the policy approach proposed in the plan, which includes policy SP2 along with table 1 and the site sheets in the appendix, is it justified and effective? Is the meaning of policy SP2 clear and unambiguous about what type of development it applies to and what is required to comply with the policy? In short, is it clear how a decision maker should react to a development proposal on land allocated for housing in policy SP2 with the proposed changes set out in council's response to our initial questions, provide sufficient clarity and ensure the policy is effective? The other questions I referred to, in particular, I think question 116 asks where allocations are for mixed uses, is it effective and justified for the requirements for these sites to be included in several policies, including SP2, SP5, SP6, SP7 and SP9, or should these be set out in a single policy for each mixed use site to provide a clear indication of how a decision maker should react to a development proposal on these sites? So I think it's those areas that I just want to focus on now. I've noted the council's suggested main modifications to move in respect of policy SP2 to move the table 1 into the policy. I have to say I'm not convinced that helps greatly in making it evident how a decision maker should react to development proposals. So I'm not clear that achieves that necessarily. I think many of the residential allocations are for a mixture of uses, but to us it's not been straightforward to see which policies apply and how the different uses come together. And I think what I wanted to do was just to take 3 examples, if I can, Mr. Hone, and just ask you to kind of take us through them. So if I pick on the island site, and so these are three relatively important sites or groups of sites. If I pick on the island site, which is IP37, clearly this is a key regeneration site for the waterfront. It's allocated for 421 dwellings and a mixture of other uses. But in coming to this site, if I wanted to know what's expected in any application, or if I'm confronted with making a decision on this, the question is where and how do I find the relevant policies and development requirements that apply to that particular allocation? Just sort of take me through that as an example.
Thank you. Well, policy SP2 indicates that it's a mixed-use residential-led scheme. The table will now be as part of main modification within that policy and will identify, as proposed by the modifications, all of the necessary constraints within it. Furthermore, there is the site sheet in the appendices of the site allocations plan, which has the site identified quite clearly in the map. It has a list of primary and secondary uses, the indicative capacity for housing at 421, secondary indicative use for amenity green space and employment, quite clearly identified within the table in the site sheet. And then a more detailed assessment of what those development constraints are. So the thought process would be that the site allocations plan is the plan that you would see for that site. You would go to policy SP2 and then, subject to the modifications that we've proposed, a lot of the detail is within the table, which is now within the policy. And then you have a site sheet itself, which also cross-references all of the other policies that are relevant?
Yeah, and I think therein lies the point I think that concerns us really. So in this particular site, in order to understand it, you have to refer to as an allocation, not the development management policies that would apply to it generally, but to understand it as allocation, you have to refer to policy SP2, then policy SP5 as modified. So it's proposed now that the employment element of this site is referred to in policy SP5. SP6 in relation to open space, the amenity space. SP9 in relation to the access, the additional access to the site. And then also you need to refer to the opportunity area development principles, as well as the site sheet. That's it. That's opportunity area A. And I think the question we've been asking and trying to get some sort of sense to is with sites like this, is it effective to have all of the site requirements spread across a number of different policies? Is it possible to see how those different elements come together into a single development opportunity in the way that the plan is presented and laid out as it is at the moment? And I think at the moment, on sites like this in particular, it's an important mixed-use site. I think we can't understand why a site like this doesn't have its own separate mixed-use allocation, and all of the guidance associated with that clearly set out within that policy, or the headlines, the highlights from that guidance clearly set out in the policy. And I think we ask ourselves the question: is it effective to set it out in this way? I appreciate it's a format issue, but it really, coming to this afresh, it's been very difficult for us to understand what is expected of these key sites.
Okay, thank you. We have understood that you've had some difficulty in looking at the site allocations plan and how it's laid out, and we had hoped that main modification 80 would resolve those issues. We do feel that it does introduce the element into the table itself, which covers all of the matters that you've found to have that are maybe peculiar, I might say. But we have, we're happy to sort of look at how that is resolved. From what you've said, it sounds like you would recommend that certain sites have their own set policy. Now that would deviate away from how the site allocations document as a whole and the IP1 area action plan as a whole is set up, where the policies are there to cover all of the sites within that part of the plan. So I would say that we were hoping that the main modification that we put forward would address the issues that you've raised.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I've got a couple of other examples if I can, and again we will come on to talk about IP1 subsequently, and we'll come on to talk about these sites individually. But again, if I just have a look at the Mint Quarter site, so this is IP 048A and B. So again, it's another key IP1 area regeneration site. So it's allocated for housing and retail, but again, it's subject to a series of separate allocations. So in just sort of running through those, so there are in table 1, there are 2 separate residential allocations. In policy SP10, there is then a retail allocation and a primary school and car parking allocation in policy SP7. There's then opportunity area C guidance and the site sheet. And I think that's, I think your response earlier is helpful, and I think it's probably the same point. But then I asked myself and asked you this question: does that approach lend itself to a clear and comprehensive approach to guiding the development of this site? And I think that's really what, in our view, comes back to effectiveness. and the clear guidance in the framework about policies being clear and unambiguous to a decision maker. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, yeah, the points that I made in the last response to the island site are, you know, worth reiterating. That the process that you go through, there's the headline policy that's allocating the residential element of the site. The table is there to identify the constraints, and then the site sheet back refers to the other policies. A number of those other policies are area-wide ones, so they do identify some general policy requirements for all land within the IP1 area. And so there are elements, particularly with car parking, for example, or education, where the sites are picked up as well. I do get your point, though, and I think that it might be something that the council can further consider, maybe highlighting some of the important sites that you've identified, to see if there's a different way of dealing with those through that document.
Okay. And I think the other one I was going to pick up is Ravenswood, but I know we're going to come on to consider that in more detail as an individual set of allocations later on. So I won't pick up that point here. I'm happy for others to contribute on this, but I'm not inviting contributions. Yeah, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, sir. I just quickly scanned back at the Sheila site achievability for the island site. I mean, it's a 6-point-something hectare site. It's a strategic size. I mean, that's 15 acres, and it's a mixed-use site with very complex development requirements. And to shove it into a generic typology, it goes back to the whole point about achievability, because the site's achievability states it's suitable or achievable for a mix of houses and flats in a low value area, and that goes back to my point, which I mentioned earlier, about this conflict between putting high density and then on the other hand putting low density. So it's really ineffective. Yeah. It's very ineffective. As from a developer point of view, I mean, I don't know what the council's experience is. It's obviously substantial, but you know, you wouldn't just chuck a generic site of that size in under a typology and say that was a suitably effective means to appraise the achievability of a site of that scale.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Hearn, did you want to come back on that point?
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make the point that the site is within the 2017 site allocations plan, which went through an examination and was found to be sound. So that process, in terms of the site allocations document and how it's set out and laid out, has been through an examination once before, quite recently.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Unless there's any other contributions on SP2, I did just finally want to come to SP3. Appreciate it's not highlighted on the programme or the agenda, but it is a similar point about SP3. If I can just pick up on that. So it's question 160, and in question 160 we've asked. So this is for clarification for everybody, this policy SP3 is the policy which identifies land with planning permission or awaiting a Section 106 agreement. So land for residential development that has planning permission. And so it identifies those and reinforces those as allocations. The question 160 asked, is the policy approach proposed in the plan, which includes policy SP3, along with table 2, justified and effective, is the meaning of policy SP3 clear and unambiguous about what type of development it applies to and what is required to comply with the policy? should the permission fail to be issued or implemented and lapse during the plan period, or if the development fails to come forward or to be completed in accordance with the permission. So in short, is it clear how a decision maker should react to a development proposal on land with planning permission or awaiting a 106 in SP3 in those circumstances? And then would the proposed changes set out by the council in response to our initial questions provide sufficient clarity to ensure that the policy is effective? So that was the original question. The council's proposed change again is to include table 2 within the policy box. So effectively it's clear that the notes in relation to each site there is part of the policy. So I think just a further question back to the council is really, in a circumstance where a planning permission lapses or isn't issued because the 106 isn't completed, is it clear how development proposals for sites in this list should then be determined? So it seems to me that at the moment, the policy, other than protecting a site for residential use, it wouldn't be clear from SP3 what particular considerations would apply to any one of those sites should the existing application fall. So it would be clear that the site should be protected for residential or residential mixed use, although it's not entirely clear which of those would be residential or mixed use. So I think that's again, it's perhaps something that needs a further look at, is where a site in this table fails to come forward, it would be reserved for residential, but in then coming to that site, how would I know what the expectations on that site would be other than residential? So just go back to the council on that.
Thank you, sir. I think that again, a modification is proposed to enhance the detail in the table, which should give some precision about whether or not, I think in the point that you raised, what the mixed uses would be to those sites. Obviously, the council wants to protect the land for residential use where it can to help with the delivering on the supply for the borough. But yeah, the main modification would look to enhance the level of detail within that table.
My apologies if I've missed that. Is that in the main modifications schedule, or is that in one of your hearing position statements?
Bear with me a second. Main modifications 67 and 73. So a similar approach to be taken as with policy SP2 to extend the policy box to include additional information.
Yeah, and 67 and 73. Yeah.
Yeah. If that's not the correct reference, we can certainly, I think, take that away and look at it again.
So I'd seen that, but you said that the intention is to clarify some of the descriptions of those sites within the table, and I just couldn't see that in the modification.
Oh, I apologise. Then that will be something that we will look at to provide that clarity and certainty within the table itself, okay. Which we feel is the appropriate place to have it.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have on this particular session under the overall approach taken in policies SP2 and SP3. Ms. Baker, were there any further questions that you wanted to cover?
No, I had nothing further, but thank you.
Thank you. This is the last opportunity. Any other points that parties wish to make on the overall approach the council has taken in residential allocations? this is your opportunity. Okay, thank you. Well, yes, Mr. Hone, did you have a hand up? Yes? No?
No. Sorry.
Putting your hand up. Okay.
Sorry, I think it was Mr. Edgerly actually who had a hand up.
Earlier. Sorry, Mr. Edgerly.
I did click it, yes, and then I took it away because I think I convinced myself I was just going to repeat what I'd already said or what we would say in the sort of following session. So I took it down quickly, but yeah, it was spotted. So apologies for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to adjourn at this point. So it's 10 to 11. So we're just a little bit ahead of time, which is good. And we will resume again at 11:30. There are some additional and different participants in the next session at 11:30. But if I could ask everyone to remain in the Zoom session, not to leave, please. But if you can turn your cameras off and mute your microphones, and we will both see you again at 11:30. Thank you.
But that will then make us live, so you might want to turn your camera off and we'll be quiet.
You okay, Carlos?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, yes, that's
Okay.
fine. Your
Great.
camera's just died, but I can hear you. Oh, there you're back. It's 11:29 and the meeting will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
Well, it's now 11:30 and so the hearing is resumed. Can you all hear and see me? Lovely, thank you. Well, I see we have a few new participants around the virtual table, so I'd just like to ask them to introduce themselves. So perhaps I could come to you first, Mr. Clow, from the County Council. Could I ask you just to say hello and introduce yourself to the hearing session, please?
Yes, my name is Cameron Clow. I'm a Senior Planning Officer at the County Council, and I'm joined today by Christopher Fish, who's going to be assisting me on highways matters.
Good morning, Mr. Fish, and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I see, Mr. Clow, that the County Council has interests from IP 011C onwards on the agenda. So I'm happy for you and Mr. Fish to keep your cameras turned off until we get to that point, if you
Okay.
wish. That would be really helpful for me. Thank you. And Mr. Bartlett from the Department for Education, I see that you've joined us as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
In terms of your interest, I understand it's IP 048A primarily. So I'm happy again if you would like to keep your camera switched off and your microphone muted until we get to that site discussion, and then we'll invite you to join in the discussion then.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. Yeah.
And finally, Mr. Wilson, would you just like to introduce yourself to the hearing this morning?
Indeed. Good morning. My name is Matthew Wilson. I'm a planning consultant at Bidwell's. Today I am representing the interests of Mr. Agran and principally interested in IP 054B.
That's lovely. Thank you. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Wilson. Could I just suggest that you keep your camera off until we come to IP 054B, and obviously we will then invite you to join the discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, well, I'd like to start the discussion this morning at this resume session in terms of a number of sites that Boyer Planning have raised issues with in their representations and hearing position statements. So thank you, Mr. Edgley, for keeping your camera on and for joining us as part of this discussion. I'd like to kick off, if I may, with IP 009, which is Victoria Nurseries, Westerfield Road, and this is for 12 dwellings, and it's predominantly focused on question 118 in our MIQs. Now, I have a few questions for the council and one for yourself, Mr. Edgley, but if I could go to the council first. Mr. Hone, you refer to there having been recent active interest to bring the site forward in your hearing position statement. I just wondered what evidence you're referring to and how does it support the delivery assumptions that have been made for this site?
Thank you. With regards to the site and its current lawful use, it's subject to some temporary planning permission for use as a garden nursery. Through discussions when we have renewed that application in the past, there has been an expectation that we're only renewing for 1 year on the basis that the site would be coming forward after that expiry. In the past 12 months, we've had a pre-application discussion regarding the site and potential delivery for it. The council's assumption is that it's pushed back further to 6 to 10 years in the plan process. And whilst there is an application in currently, and I obviously wouldn't want to fetter the council's decision-making process, that is for something that's different to what the allocation is.
So you refer to an application that's in at the moment. Is this the development of a 76-bedroom care home, which Mr. Edgley has referred to in his hearing position statement?
That's correct.
So you say so in terms of that proposal, is it likely that will come forward on this site in the place of residential development?
It's not in accordance with the adopted plan or the adopted allocation, and like I said, I wouldn't like to prejudge any planning process that might be undertaken on that particular application. I think what it does indicate is that there is market activity with regards to the site, and that the temporary permission is likely to cease at the end of the permission period, and that there is clear evidence that progress can be made on the site.
But in terms of progress made, it would be for in respect of the evidence. It shows evidence in relation to a care home and rather than residential dwellings.
In terms of our response to the pre-app that came in, the council was quite clear in regards to what it anticipated coming forward on the site, that it should be policy compliant.
Okay. And in terms of the application that's been submitted, what's the likely timescale for the council to make a decision on that? I
would say, sorry, I apologise. I don't know the details of when it was actually submitted off the top of my head. I would say it's a major application, so it'd be a likely 12-week timescale from when it was submitted. And
you say it was recently, so you don't know when it was submitted, but just relatively recently.
I apologise, not off the top of my head. I would say in the past couple of months.
Okay.
We can find that information for you though.
That would be really useful. I'm surprised if it was in the last couple of months, it's not been made, there hasn't been reference made to it in your hearing position statement. But I mean, given that you don't know when it was submitted, I suppose it could have come in since the hearing position statement was submitted. Mr. Edgley, did you raise that in your hearing position statement? Did you want to say anything more about that?
Yes, thank you. I think, as you've probably seen within the hearing statements and the representations, a lot, I suppose, of our comments on the site allocations are fairly similar for all of them. So, you know, in light of not necessarily wanting to repeat myself, is it worth me just going through sort of, you know, outlining our sort of thought process at this stage?
It would be. I would like you to deal with it for this site, if you don't mind. But
okay.
If the comments are the same for the subsequent sites, then obviously I'm happy for you just to defer back to the comments that you made in relation to this site.
Okay.
In relation to the site IP009.
Yeah, understood. I think we're kind of, you know, understand the council's reasons for you know, continuing the site as an allocation. As it's been identified, it is an existing allocation that has been sort of brought forward. However, you know, sort of obviously sort of the sort of media articles and then outlined by Mr. Hone, there's a, you know, recent interest for an alternative use on that on the site, and I think, you know, this sort of this is clear evidence to us that the allocation isn't necessarily reliable, and you know, is it actually achievable and deliverable as defined by the National Planning Policy Framework, you know, over the plan period. So it's only obviously a relatively small site, but I think it is sort of symptomatic of the kind of over reliance on some of the existing allocations that the council have shown. So you know, just purely looking at the sort of evidence, you know, that we very much question the reliability of this site coming forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hone, I don't know if you want to come back on that point at all, but if you could, and also if you could give me any more information in relation to whether or not the site's in the ownership of a developer or a house builder. I mean, clearly somebody has an interest in the site in terms of a 76-bedroom care home, but it would be interesting to know if the council has any more information in terms of site ownership, for example.
Of course, thank you. To confirm, I've just been given an update that the application was validated on the 25th of November, so hence why it's not made a reference to in our matter statement. In terms of the ownership, I think that it's an option agreement with the person who's made the application still in the ownership of the current landowner. With regards to the site and any constraints to delivery within the timescale advertised within the local plan, this is a fairly undeveloped site in terms of the fact that there's only one small building within the site, and the rest of the site is occupied by car parking and land used for the nursery, display of plants, etc. So in terms of moving it forward towards a delivery position, it's not felt that it's particularly encumbered by development constraints such as other buildings that would need demolition. In terms of the issues with regards to the current application, I think to a degree it will depend, and like I said, I'm afraid I don't have the detail of the application to particularly tell you what type of care is provided, but as you will know, some care can contribute towards housing supply. So that application is still in the sort of consideration phase of the process.
And the site is allocated for 12 dwellings, isn't it? But in terms, and I appreciate the point you've just made in respect of care, accommodation, some can contribute towards your housing numbers, but what would be the implications for the council's housing land supply if planning permission were to be granted for this care home, in your view?
We would need to look at the evidence in the trajectory. I think that the trajectory is put forward is very slim, but there is a small amount of capacity there. I would say that the council has been quite conservative with regards to windfall site delivery and how it's allocated that within the local plan. The evidence that was submitted to the inspectors just yesterday in terms of delivery rates and things like that, in terms of windfall delivery rates, it's clear that over the past period, it's been approximately 109 per year, and the plan is only allocating for 50 per year. So there is some additional capacity within that windfall that could accommodate this site in particular if it was to get permission for the care home and the care use didn't contribute to housing delivery.
Okay. I don't want to go back over sort of the windfall aspect, because we've already discussed that as part of previous hearing sessions, and obviously the people that were in that discussion aren't all here today, but I take your point, so thank you for that. Mr. Boyer, did you want to, sorry, Mr. Edgley, did you want to say anything? Apologies, I'm changing your surname for you. Mr. Edgley, did you want to say anything further about this site before we move on?
No, I don't think so. I think we've outlined our position in the hearings statements as well as verbally. So yeah, we're okay on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and not make that slip up again, but thank you for that.
That's okay.
Can we move on then to IP0112, which is Peter's Ice Cream in Grimwade Street, and this is for 35 dwellings. Mr. Hone, if I could come to you again first, please, and on what basis do you consider that this site would come forward in years 6 to 10, and what evidence do you have to support that assumption?
Thank you. I think that this site, and there's probably a number of others within the town centre area, which would help with a bit of context being put behind them. And I think that a number of the brownfield sites in and around the waterfront, such as this, have been that they are post-industrial sites. Ipswich is a town that had an industrial waterfront, and around the year 2000, in and around that period, made the decision to move towards a residential-led waterfront. And significant inroads were made to that transition from an industrial landscape to a residential-led waterfront. And it does affect a number of the sites in and around the waterfront, such as the site we're talking about now, Peter's Ice Cream site. And I think that, as I said, there was a number of developments permitted and a number of developments actually implemented in and around the waterfront, and great inroads were made with regards to that regeneration aspiration that the council had up until 2008 global crisis, economic crisis, where it effectively put the brakes on a number of developments, and two of those are the mill and the wine rack. And unlike other major urban centres in the country, it's taken a while for Ipswich to recover from that crisis. So the wine rack itself, which is on the waterfront, has only just been completed, so there's been somewhat of a delay with regards to that. And at the moment, obviously, we have Brexit and a global virus. So I think that landscape does affect a number of the brownfield sites within the plan. However, the council is still ambitious, and it still has a regeneration focus for a number of those sites. With regards to this particular site, it is important to say that it was in multiple ownerships, but there is progress being made. One of the site owners has now acquired two of the other small portions of the site, and they are working with the other landowners about bringing forward a scheme on this site. Furthermore, the building that was on the corner of Star Lane and Grimwade Street has recently been demolished as well. So that takes away another constraint from delivery. And what I would say is that the adjacent site that the council owns and is bringing forward at Grimwade Street does suggest that market conditions are changing. And with these sites, whilst we look at them now in isolation, it is important to understand that the market around them and other sites around them where there may be other investment will make sites more attractive. So it is considered the 6 to 10 year period for delivery of this site is achievable, and that there is progress being made by the landowners currently to try and assemble the site and move it forward.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you say in your hearing position statement that the landowner, a part of this site, has confirmed that it is available for development and regards the anticipated delivery date as being reasonable. But I just wondered, other than sort of the landowner's assertion, what evidence you have to support that view. But did you want to add anything further to the points that you've already made to me?
Well, I think that the deliverability is going to be on, to a degree, viability of the site, and I think that whilst the timeframes that we've proposed is accurate and the density is accurate, I would say that given the robustness of where that site is located, it could probably accommodate more. But we've been taking a rather conservative approach about the density, I would say, at 35 dwellings. But just to reiterate, that the information we have from the representations of the landowner are that sites are being accumulated and compiled together with an aim of getting it delivered within that time frame.
Okay, and is the landowner a developer or a house builder?
I understand that we have it on behalf of the landowner by their representative, who is an architect. So I can't confirm whether or not they're a house builder or not.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Edgerly, you say that this site has been allocated for 23 years. Why do you consider that it can't be relied on to deliver housing within the plan period?
I think we are sort of, we're obviously acknowledging the council's strategy and intention to focus on these sort of previously developed land, which obviously helps with their ambitions and strategy in terms of urban regeneration. I think what we're just doing is sort of raising questions marks over the some of the things that Mr. Hone has just sort of outlined there in terms of the wider context. These sites have been on the shelf or available for delivery and development for quite a significant period of time, and there isn't, apart from the relatively low bar that it takes for a landowner to say yes, we're looking to bring that forward, there isn't really any kind of additional evidence. So I think when we look at all of the range of sites as a whole, there seems to be a shortage across the district, and therefore there should need to be additional sites brought forward. But in terms of this one specifically, I think it's more the fact that there isn't any hard solid evidence. There hasn't been any progress in terms of applications or anything like that, which brings us to question the site over the plan period.
Okay, Mr. Hone, did you want to come back on that?
The only thing I'd like to say is that we have resisted other forms of development on the site as part of the planning history that is available on there. And like I said, the site owner is looking to compile the sites together in order to bring them forward, and we have that correspondence from their representative.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Mr. Hayden, did you want to say something?
Okay, thank you. It was just a question to Mr. Hone. You referred to a site elsewhere on Grimwade Street that the council is bringing forward. Which site is that? Is that one of the site allocations, or?
It is, and I will just find the reference for you. If you bear with me a second. It's directly adjacent to the north.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a sec. I think it's IP. I'll have to come back to you with that actual site reference. If you...
Okay, but what is the status of that site, or is this a? I'm sorry, is this the site we're coming on to, Ms. Baker? I'm not sure.
I don't know until I know the number of it. I'm not quite sure.
It's IP386, I understand. Right. It has planning permission for the erection of 16 dwellings, and discharge of conditions is underway on the site. And I understand that the site may well have been demolished as well, in readiness for development, and it abuts the site that we've just been describing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That was information. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything else in terms of this particular site, IP012, before we move on? No? Okay. If we could go on to IP132 then, and this is the former St. Peter's Warehouse at 4 Bridge Street. And I understand that this is allocated for around 73 flats. In terms of, if I could start again with you, Mr. Hone, you say that the site is owned by the council and it is actively developing plans for the site's delivery. What are those plans, and what evidence do you have to show that the site will be developed in years 6 to 10?
Thank you. I think, again, it's important to emphasise that these are key sites to the regeneration aspirations of the council. This site, in particular IP132, is adjacent to 2 others, IP136 and IP205, all of which up until recently were in separate ownership. They are now all within the council's ownership, and the aim is to bring them forward sequentially. The site at IP205 has £3 million worth of LEP funding to bring it forward. It has planning permission in place. The other sites sit adjacent to that. There's been significant infrastructure investment in the front of the site with £750,000 worth of coastal community funding to redo the public realm areas there and connect the waterfront to this series of sites. Now the work is there. I think that one of the sites, IP3132, is currently a surface car park that only operates on a temporary permission. The difficulty with bringing these sites forward previously has, to a degree, been a small listed building that sits on the site, on the corner of the site, which is number 4 College Street. It is on the Buildings at Risk register. However, now it is in the council's ownership. There is capital funding of approximately £200,000 towards resolving that matter and bringing it off the Buildings at Risk register, and planning permission and listed building consent is in place for that building as well, which forms part of the site, as well as removing the remaining warehouse walls. So there is clear evidence through the planning process that this has been progressed and is progressing, and it is the aim of the council to deliver the housing as per the draft local plan within the time frame that's been identified.
Okay, I mean, you mentioned the 2 sites which are adjacent to this, and in terms of the table in your hearing position statement, it refers to it being master planned with these adjacent sites. And I just wondered what the timescale is for this, and in terms of the sites that would be included in the master plan. I presume that's IP136 and IP205, as you've referred to them. Is that correct?
That is correct. That the planning permission is already in place for IP205, as it's a conversion of the existing buildings and addition to the top of the silo building. the master planning will effectively join that permission to the 2 other sites. There's a significant amount of work that needs to be undertaken prior to that happening. Well, I say significant, it means the main criteria is that it means the clearing out of the silos, which are have contamination within them. I understand asbestos. So when that has been undertaken, then the master planning work can be progressed. I think to a degree there are some other peripheral issues to do with land just outside of the site, which the county council are looking to bring forward with regards to stopping up the small slip road as part of the response to coronavirus. That has already been done, and it's whether or not that comes forward as part of the town's fund bids in order to do that. So I think that there's obviously synergy within all of these sort of gateway sites to the waterfront, and clearly there's some public money available to help to bring those forward, although I appreciate that there is a slight lack of clarity about when the master planning will actually happen.
Okay, well that was going to be my question really, is the timescales for that, and also this. I mean, I know you sort of went back on what you said in terms of a significant amount of work, but in terms of clearing out of the silos and the asbestos and all that sort of the contamination of the sites, which needs to be dealt with before you talk about the master planning that can take place. I mean, in terms of inspectors, we're interested in the timescales involved and how long that is going to take and how that fits with your projected delivery for this site in years 6 to 10. Sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Hone.
Thank you. With regards to money that's available to the council, obviously that sits outside of the planning remit and it's with the major capital schemes team. However, I do know that there is budget available for the works for College Street and budget available for the decontamination of the silo. So the next part of that project would be the master planning, but I don't have an actual date to me for the master planning. However, I can probably find that out within the next few days and get that information to you.
That would be really useful, because I would expect that you would have had that information before you when you were anticipating the likely deliverability of these sites in years 6 to 10, so that you would know how long those things would take before you can get to that point where you can actually be delivering dwellings on the site. So if we could have that information, that would be really helpful, please. And that's in terms of the timescale for decontamination and also the master planning exercise. Just moving on from that slightly, I mean, it really picks up on a point that Mr. Hayden made this morning in terms of sites being allocated that are next to each other, but are dealt with slightly differently. And clearly we've got 3 sites here, which you're saying will be master planned together, but they're listed as separate sites. And I just wondered why that was the case and why they hadn't been allocated as one site to be dealt with together as one allocation. Mr. Hone, sorry.
It's anticipated that this could come forward in a piecemeal way, subject to overall master planning about the scales and appearance, etc., of the buildings and access arrangements. The silo is a building that's already in place, and some evidence would be needed and investigation about whether or not that is actually a building that can be converted. And therefore that's why it's come forward in 3 separate allocations. Like I said, the most easterly site, IP205, already has its planning permission in place.
Okay. I mean, this really picks up on the point that you're making in terms of the piecemeal approach, but it's clear from the evidence that you provided that you anticipate delivery of the neighbouring site, which is IP136, to be from year 10. And so is it the council's intention that this site, IP132, is brought forward in advance of that neighbouring site? Is that correct?
Yes, it could be. It could do. I think that there's less constraints with the site because there's no buildings on the site apart from number 4 College Street, which I said has capital bid available to it to convert it, and it has planning permission in place. And to a degree, some archaeological investigation has been undertaken as part of the car park setting up. So it could be that it could come forward separately.
Okay. And Mr. Edgley, if I could come to you, again, you say that this site's one of those that's been allocated for 23 years and has a temporary planning permission to operate as a car park until 2022. And you say with no evidence of a commitment to deliver the site at this stage. So would you like to just tell me why you consider that it cannot be relied upon to deliver housing within the plan period?
I think certainly the sort of current use, you know, and the site history in a way, how it's been available for a significant period of time. You know, fully acknowledge what Mr. Hone has just sort of outlined in terms of the council's approach to it, the master planning, and looking at the sort of urban regeneration approach there, and delivering that waterfront ambition. However, I think what is very clear from the council's response is that there's an awful lot of you know, an awful lot of question marks, an awful lot of ground to actually you know, be considered before we get to a position where we're looking at a sort of a master plan, and then any sort of actual delivery on the site. They are very complex sites. And we sort of acknowledge that, which, you know, in itself, you know, just demonstrates, I think very much demonstrates our point that, you know, the reliance on this is unrealistic, you know, potentially unachievable in the plan period, and therefore, you know, that they shouldn't be relied on as sort of allocations.
Mr. Hone, would you like to come back on those points?
Thank you. I think that the sites were obviously allocated in the last local plan when they were in 3 separate ownerships. The council is driving forward this development by acquiring all 3 of the sites, which makes the master planning significantly easier and delivery significantly easier as well. As I've already said, you know, there's £3 million worth of funding from the LEP to deliver site IP205. There's been investment in the urban area in front of the sites to the tune of 750k from the Coastal Community Fund. So there are funding bids available, as I've said, with regards to the slip road and closure of that, and the constraint, which is the listed building on site. So the fact that the council now controls all of the sites is a very important factor in terms of bringing it forward and delivering the site.
Thank you. I mean, I think it would be useful for us, as we've said, if we could see the evidence in terms of the decontamination and the timescales for master planning. That would be really helpful. So that will sort of provide further evidence, if you like, in terms of the deliverability of that site. Mr. Edgley, did you want to say anything finally on this before we moved on? Okay, thank you. Can we move on then to the neighbouring site, which is IP136, and this is the silo at College Street, which is allocated for 48 dwellings. Could I just say that I was a bit confused because the hearing position statement appendix refers to the site being allocated for 73 dwellings rather than the 48 set out in Table 1 to Policy SP2. But I think that that's probably just a typographical error, Mr. Hone. Is that correct?
I think that the 73 dwellings relates to IP132.
Yeah, that was my sort of reading of it, but
so
I think it's probably been cut and pasted and probably was not correct in respect of 136. But I just wanted to double check that the site is for 48 dwellings. Mr. Hone, you say that the landowner supported the principle of residential development at the relevant stages of the plan process. But things have moved on by the sounds of it now in terms of the council being the owner of the site. That's the current position, isn't it, from what you've been saying in relation to the previous site?
Yeah, the council has acquired all 3 sites.
Yeah. Okay. And I think, sorry, I'm going through my questions because I think quite a few of the points that I was going to ask you about have already been answered in terms of the master planning and the timescales for that. We've already dealt with that. So I don't want to ask you again because we would only be repeating ourselves. But Mr. Edgley, is there anything you wanted to say in addition in relation to this site that you haven't already said? I think you again say that it's been allocated for 23 years. So I would think that the points you wish to make are very similar to the adjacent site. Is that the case?
Yes, yeah, very much. I think our concerns, are similar in a way. If they've been looked at collectively by the council in the spirit of efficiency and not sort of wasting examination time, I'm quite happy to look at them in the same way as that. So yes, our comments would apply equally to that site as well as the previous one we've been discussing.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Mr. Hone, did you want to say anything further about this site before we moved on?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the next site, Mr. Wilson, would you like to join us now? Because we're going to talk about IP 054B. Thank you for that. And this is land between the old cattle market and Star Lane, which is allocated for 40 dwellings. So perhaps I could just start with you again, Mr. Hone, if I may. In terms of question 139 in our MIQs, you confirmed in response to that question that the site is allocated for mixed uses with 60% housing and 40% small-scale retail / leisure uses, along with an electricity substation. Why do you consider that employment uses, which had been included in the allocation in the previous local plan, would not now be appropriate as part of this allocation?
Thank you. I think the site is an area of transition, certainly, and is an important link between the town centre and the waterfront through adjacent sites and through the sites which have already been developed on the waterfront to enable proper access and varied access to the waterfront and the town. It's a historic link. Permission has been granted on the adjacent Printworks site for residential development. So there is some slight concern about the B uses within B1C use and whether or not it is appropriate. Certainly the allocation proposes retail and leisure, and having regard to the recent changes to the use classes order, it's considered that that would broaden the potential uses on the site within the allocation. And so it may well be that the wording is slightly changed to incorporate the new reference to use class E, which would be retail and office as well as the former A2 and A3 uses.
So are you suggesting that there could be a proposed change to the plan in that regard?
Yeah, I think clarification with regards to the new use classes would be appropriate in this instance, which would hopefully widen the scope for potential uses that are appropriate given the transitional nature of the site and the intention for the sites generally to be residential led.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, I'll come to you next on this, and you may want to come back in terms of the points that Mr. Hone has made, but it was really to ask you, does the allocation provide sufficient flexibility to adapt to rapid change, in your view?
In the terms of where my client is coming from, obviously he does have several interests there, and they are commercial and employment. He is not opposed to residential development. He just feels there needs to be that element of flexibility that should he need to make changes to his current activities on that site, the local plan isn't going to cause him any problems in that specific regard. It is about flexibility at the end of the day here. These are existing employment uses. We accept the council's aspirations. It's just I need to protect the interest of my client going forward. There is no sort of larger agenda here. It is very much about ensuring that he has that option to continue his employment activity on that site.
Thank you. And what do you think about the council's suggestion in relation to use class E and making a change to that site in respect of class E?
I think obviously being able to have a look at what is being suggested in terms of any wording changes, but we are open to a modification that actually gives us that extra flexibility, but also accepting the council's position of that part of town is under the transition. It's just I think we are supportive in the principle. We would obviously reserve our right to have a look at the wording.
Thank you. I mean, that's maybe something that when the council's formulating a suitable wording, that you could perhaps share it with Mr. Wilson, Mr. Hone, and get some form of agreement if possible. But clearly, main modifications, if we were to find that such a change was required for soundness, and we were to recommend that at the main modification stage, Mr. Wilson, then you and your client would have the opportunity to make representations in that regard. Mr. Hone, sorry, Mr. Wilson, did you want to say something further?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hone, did you want to come back on any of those points in terms of the flexibility that would be allowed to Mr. Wilson's client?
Thank you. Yes, I think that the allocation is proposing 40% of the sites be available to the other uses. So there would be some flexibility with regards to use class E as to how that could be applied in site delivery.
Okay, and Mr. Wilson, how likely is the housing element of the allocation to come forward as anticipated during the plan period in your view?
I think it's something that would be towards the end of the plan period. These employment uses are something the client is actually wanting to continue within the short and medium term. So I think it's right that it is towards the end of the plan period. But it just goes back to that fundamental. I don't want to undermine my client's ability to do anything in that short and medium term.
Okay, thank you. Really, Mr. Hone, if I can come back to you on that point, you've heard what Mr. Wilson said in terms of what his client is wishing to do in the short and medium term. And your hearing position statement says that the site is key to meeting housing need in years 6 to 10. How do you think that would fit with the council's aspirations for the site, given what you've just heard from Mr. Wilson?
We obviously appreciate what Mr. Wilson is saying on behalf of his client, the landowner or partial landowner. But our position with regards to years 6 to 10, I think the sites could come forward within that time frame, subject to the occupation of the Mr. Wilson's client's buildings. What's important is that there is transition, there is evidence of planning history within the site. In particular, part of the site I think that Mr. Wilson's client owns was put forward as a planning application to demolish the buildings on site and proposed a temporary car park. So I think that there is some there's no necessarily certainty that those buildings are in active use for the B1C that is claimed. And there is transition going on there, so I don't see why they couldn't come forward in years 6 to 10.
Because that does differ from the table in the appendix to your hearing position statement, which says that anticipated deliveries from year 10, and that's also indicated on the housing trajectory. I just wondered when the council is expecting the site to come forward for housing in terms of the trajectory. If you could clarify that, please.
I apologise. I think I have got that in the wrong period. I've got it in 6 to 10, whereas it should be from 10 onwards. I do apologise.
No, that's okay. It was in two different places. Sorry, I should have asked my full question, shouldn't I? In terms of the hearing position statement said it was in years 6 to 10, but then the appendix to the same hearing position statement says from year 10. So it's the council's position that it's from year 10, is it, onwards?
Yes.
Yeah, so that would potentially fit with Mr. Wilson's client's view, isn't it, in terms of the longer term availability of that site? Is that right, Mr. Wilson? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
lovely, thank you. Mr. Edgley, did you want to say anything in terms of the this site? Again, it's one that you've referred to as being allocated for 23 years, and I just wondered if you wanted to add anything to the points that you've already made in respect of other sites, or whether there are similar points that you wanted to make for this one.
I think they're very, very similar points, and you know, the points that Mr. Wilson have made, you know, I think show the that, you know, kind of that the landowner's looking for some flexibility, and I think that then kind of you know, in part echoes some of the comments that we've made around whether the site will come forward in the way the council are anticipating. So yeah, nothing too much from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And in terms of the assumptions that you've made in terms of the developability of this site, Mr. Hone, have you been in discussions with the landowner about this?
As part of the wider site allocation through the regulations process, yes.
And is that the evidence that you rely on in terms of the site coming forward from year 10 onwards?
It is, yes.
Okay. Is there anything else in relation to IP054B that anybody would like to add before we move on? No? Okay. Well, my colleague, Mr. Hayden, is going to take us forward from this point, and we're going to have a bit of a seat change as well, because I think, Mr. Edgley, you're continuing, aren't you, in terms of your interest in some of the sites remaining on the agenda. But also Mr. Clow from the County Council, perhaps if you could switch your camera on so you're ready to take part in the discussion as well. And I'll hand over to Mr. Hayden. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Can everybody hear me and see me? Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so site IP011C is the next one that we want to talk about. So Smart Street, Foundation Street. And we asked a couple of questions on this. Has the impact of the proposed allocation on archaeology been fully considered? And then secondly, would a more cautious approach to delivery of this site be necessary given that it's been allocated since 1997? So just taking those two questions together, really. I've got three supplementaries, really, starting with the council and the county council. In terms of the archaeology, to what extent is so my understanding of the evidence is there further archaeological remains have been discovered, but to what extent is the discovery of further archaeological remains likely to prevent the redevelopment of this site? I don't know whether Mr. Hone or Mr. Clow wants to answer this point.
So my archaeology colleagues have assessed all the sites, and we didn't raise an objection to this site as the County Council. There is quite a lot of information in the site sheet already as to the importance of the archaeology on the site and to how developers should move forward in terms of pre-application with SEC Archaeology Service and what assessments should be undertaken. So we don't have an objection on archaeology grounds to this site at this stage.
Okay. So in your view, that's not a constraint to development. It's something that can be.
Yes. Yeah. In our view, it's not a constraint.
Recorded and the site still be developed, and if necessary, retained in situ. I don't know whether that's the correct position, Mr. Hone, in respect of this site or other sites.
Yeah, I think that the advice from the County Council's Archaeological Services that retention in situ is potential for this and a number of the other sites within the waterfront area.
Okay, thank you. I just ask about this is really a question around the length of time that the site's been allocated for. So again, similar to some of the questions Ms. Baker asked in respect of the previous sites, but given that the site has been allocated since 1997 and that it's in active use as a surface car park, presumably generating some income for the council, what is the evidence that it's likely to come forward within this plan period, whereas it hasn't come forward in the previous two plan periods? Mr. Hone.
Thank you. In the last plan, we had this allocated with IPO 11B as a general allocation across two sites. What we've sought to do is to separate out the more deliverable part of the site, which is the car park, which is slightly independent from the remainder of the site as it was allocated in the previous plan. As you said, it's a Borough Council owned site. It's not constrained by buildings in any way. To a degree, the supporting evidence on car parking is there, which sets out within the plan period there will only be an increase of 3 car parking spaces over the plan period, and that allows for these sites to come forward. Essentially, the council's position is that it will be looking to implement that car parking strategy by building multi-storey car parks in the right place in town, which frees up temporary car parks such as this. And that is aimed to be dealt with within the plan period. It already has built one multi-storey car park at Crown Street, and it has a planning permission for a large 740 space car park at Portman Road as well. So there is clear indications and evidence that that car parking strategy is being implemented within the plan period.
Okay. And that's set out in the car parking strategy, which is a core document, isn't it?
It is a core document, and there is a specific policy within the SAP relating to car parking.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Edgerley, I think this is probably one of the sites as well that you've highlighted as having been allocated for a period of time, and question whether it will come forward in this plan period. What's your response to that evidence?
I think our response is similar to the some of the previous discussions on sites within a similar proximity or very much a similar part of the borough anyway. Obviously the council has the parking strategy, and we acknowledge that there's various work and projects going on. However, at some point, obviously there will be I'd anticipate some sort of internal tensions between revenue or delivery of sites and the like. So I think them kind of opportunities could be sort of limited over the plan period, and also just continue to highlight the difficulty in bringing forward sites of this nature, and therefore we're sort of questioning how the reliability of this approach on these sites, because they're all within a very similar area, and there will be, but would anticipate some of the difficulties to continue over the plan period.
Yeah, although in this one, so this one's allocated for 7 dwellings to come forward in year 8. Yeah, so, and the council has explained that it's separated out this allocation from 11B to give greater flexibility and allow this site to come forward. Do you not see those as constraints which the council is seeking to resolve to bring this site forward?
I think in terms of separating it out and looking to bring a smaller site forward is potentially more achievable and manageable. We probably question why that perhaps hasn't been done in previous plans. or ultimately, if it's only going to be for a very limited number of dwellings as well, is that what contribution or significant contribution does that have over the plan period? If there is some difficulties with this area as a whole, as we've highlighted, and has also been highlighted by the council, there's a fragility, I suppose, to some of these allocations. But yes, certainly as a standalone allocation by itself, I think that separating it out, there probably is a more, it's more realistic to come forward as a single, much smaller site than the larger site. So I'd agree with that approach.
Okay, that, as Mr. Home, I mean, that seems to me that's a fair point. I mean, what is, at what point has the council's approach in terms of its car parking strategy started to take effect? I mean, what is the difference between now compared to the previous plan, and when the site was allocated in the previous plan? Why is it any more likely to come forward now than previously, given many of those constraints are still there?
I would say that at the period of the last plan, we didn't have a car parking strategy, so it is a new bit of evidence. It assesses volume of car parking required throughout the plan period based on growth, and it's an ambitious target of only net 3 car parking spaces throughout the plan period, when we have the significant amount of housing and employment growth predicted. Without that document there, it's difficult to assess which of the town's temporary car parks could come forward as residential development or other development, and that's why that bit of evidence was done. I do think that there needs to be an implementation plan, and that is next on the council's priority list with regards to that parking strategy, to identify where the multi-storey car parks are going to go. But like I said earlier, there are 2 quite significant car parks that have already been permitted, one which has been built. So that strategy is a clear council-wide corporate approach to car parking, and it is being implemented.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. I had a further question about the 3. You've got 3 adjacent sites here, and they're shown as delivering at different stages in the trajectory, and it was really a question as to the realistic possibility of this site coming forward independently. But I think you've dealt with that question. You've explained why you've pulled them apart in this particular case. So. Okay, I've no further questions on site 11C, so I'm going to move on to site IPO 35. That's Key Street, Star Lane, Burton's, St Petersport site. Okay, so we asked 3 questions on this site. About viability, car parking, and the constraints of the surrounding road network. And I've really got some follow-up questions to ask on this site. Yeah. So I'm just clarifying that I've got the correct site. Sorry about this. So it's called Key Street, Star Lane, Burton, St Petersport. Although it's on College Street as well, so, and it's adjacent to St Peter's Church. Is that, I am looking at the correct site, aren't I? IPO 35.
Yeah, I think it sits within the gyratory.
Oh, right. Okay. That's fine. All right. Sudden seed of doubt came into my mind as I was looking at it. So, just some follow-up questions, really. So we've asked. The first question really is about density and viability, and it's for the council, really. So just a bit of a preamble. So the site promoter, as I understand, is Cardinal Lofts, has stated in their representations that a high density scheme involving tall buildings will be needed to develop this site due to costs and viability. But the site isn't within the tall buildings arc, as I understand it, it's just outside. So the site sheet shows or indicates a scheme of 86 dwellings at a density of 200 dwellings per hectare, but it's unclear whether that will be sufficient to achieve the viability that Carl Lofts are talking about. So the whole plan viability assessment concludes that flatted schemes with densities of 125 to 508 dwellings per hectare were unviable. So it would suggest that schemes of sites of this type and schemes of this type would not be viable with the affordable housing and policy requirements set out in the plan. So key question really is what is the evidence that this site can be viably developed?
Thank you. I think that the site is there. It has some history with regards to planning permission. There is a planning permission that was submitted in 2007 and agreed. So there is a lot of evidence about what the constraints of this site is and how it can be brought forward. I think that you're right, it's not within the tall building arc, and it is constrained to a degree by the two churches either side of it. So a very tall development is unlikely to be acceptable, although that is what the last permission was for. Hence why we've gone for a lower number of properties. It's still a high density development, and it is still felt that it can come forward on that basis. There's a site building there already, 1 to 5 College Street, which is listed. So we need to make sure we have regard to those historic assets in and around the site. This is one of the sites that we would hope to speak to Homes England about. In particular, there is some archaeology on the site, and it's one of those strands of work that we were hoping to or are trying to progress with Homes England with regards to site-wide implementation issues covering archaeology and contamination, and it's the main constraint of this site, and trying to grasp that matter, because it's somewhat of an unknown in terms of how much archaeology is under the site, and perhaps Mr. Clow might mention or come back on that point as well.
Yeah, well, that's helpful. Perhaps you could just pick that point up, Mr. Clow. What is the archaeological interest of this site?
So I'd say it's quite well set out in the site sheet. So I'm sorry, I haven't looked in detail on the archaeology of this site specifically, just because there wasn't a question set out. But there is a lot of information on the site sheet. If you would like a bit more detail, I can go back to archaeology colleagues and get some additional information if you like.
I think ultimately with these questions and these particular sites, we're just trying to understand the realistic chance of sites being developed or delivered within the planned period. And so it's just trying to get an understanding as to the extent to which the heritage issues and archaeology are likely to be constraints. So this site is allocated to come forward in years 7 to 8, and it's really just trying to understand what needs to be done before then. What is the realistic likelihood of this site coming forward, given the constraints that surround it? So it's trying to get a better understanding of that, really.
Yeah, well, we have set out in the site sheet that we would like there to be pre-app with the county council on any archaeology, to sort of agree with on scope of any assessments. So that would be required before anything was taken forward on the site. It's kind of hard to say if the assessments still need to be undertaken, but because it's partially an unknown, that's why they need to be undertaken, and so they're on the site sheet.
Okay. I mean, coming back to Mr. Hone, I mean, there does seem to be some doubt in my mind now, having heard what I've heard about realistically whether this site can come forward at the sort of density that you've referred to. So there are significant heritage constraints. The archaeology or what is likely to be discovered is unknown, and the owner is saying really to achieve a viable scheme it needs a much taller building on the site, those seem to me to be, moving towards a position where a viable scheme may not be achievable on this site.
I take your points totally. I think that the scheme would require some input, certainly from the council, with regards to our involvement with Homes England. The policies are set out to have a viability consideration within them. So in terms of delivery of infrastructure and affordable housing, there is a flexible approach to those. And as we've discussed previously, on these hard to deliver brownfield sites, there is going to be some flexibility from the Borough Council's perspective to a degree in terms of the viability on site and how we can help to promote these sites to bring them forward to a deliverable position. I think that the developer has their position, and it's based on them picking up all of the mitigation required, certainly with regards to archaeology, and that's where the council would help to try and bridge that gap to make a more viable, appropriate scheme for the site.
So you're suggesting there is potential funding from Homes England for these sorts of sites, this site?
Yeah, these are the sites that we've been discussing with Homes England to aid delivery. It's certainly a consideration that has been discussed at a very high level at Ipswich about that. There's the two strands. One is looking at the sites as a broader picture that sit outside of years 1 to 5 and the constraints that apply to many sites, so archaeology and contamination. And the other is that capacity funding that's available that the members of Homes England are very keen to progress with Ipswich about site assembly and discussions with landowners and trying to bring those sites forward to identify what the issues really are. Clearly, the fundamental site constraints have been discussed previously because it has had a planning permission in place.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that there are some tall buildings to the south, so between this site and Wet Dock. So I can see there are clearly some sizable and very dense schemes come forward in this area. But yeah, it seemed to me that the constraints were there were slightly different on this site. Could just ask about another constraint, which is car parking. So the owner is saying that, and the site promoter is saying that this site will need to make some provision for car parking for any development that takes place on this site, but also surrounding sites which have been developed for housing and lack available car parking. What is the council's position on that, and to what extent is that an irreconcilable constraint? Or indeed the county council's position?
In terms of the car parking, I go back to the evidence base with regards to the car parking strategy. So there wouldn't be a need for public car parking within the site. There would be an expectation that some element of car parking could be provided for the residential occupiers. However, that's not essential necessarily. The low emissions strategy, SPD, that is currently out to consultation, indicates the way forward that the council is hoping to take for the IP1 area with regards to development. It sets maximum standards for car parking within that area and identifies that some sites can come forward with zero parking where sustainably located. And I would argue that this is very sustainably located, given it's within walking distance of the railway station and bus stations and very close to the town centre and other services. So it's not critical from a sustainability point of view that car parking is provided.
Although it might be quite important from a marketability point of view.
It might be, but the low emissions strategy is there to set maximum standards. So we wouldn't be using the county council's standards methodology for more suburban areas where there would be minimum standards.
Sure. Are there, in terms of the other tall schemes, flatter schemes in this area that have come forward, what sort of provision has been made in those for residential parking?
I think there is a mixture. Some have parking provided. For example, the wine rack has just been completed with a unique car stacking system, car stacking car park, automated one. But obviously there is land constraints with regards to these sites being there where they're located. So it is difficult to accommodate car parking. However, as an application was to come forward, it would be considered on the merits at the time of the application.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I've no other questions on this site. Mr. Edgley, anything you wish to say on this site?
I think certainly I think I'd just be repeating myself around the fragility of the sort of allocations of this type, and you know I think we'd sort of share your concerns, sir, around the actual deliverability and achievability of it. So yeah, nothing more than that. Thank you.
Okay, you'll appreciate, yeah, concerns are sometimes presented in a devil's advocate way. So yeah, so, yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we'll move on to the island site. Just coming back to that, some more specific site-specific questions about this site. Yeah. So we asked 4 questions in the MIQs about this site, about access, amenity, green space, the timescale for delivery, and early years provision. I've just got some follow-up questions really to ask on that for both the council and the county council, I think, around those matters. So if I can just say, I've read Appendix 4 to the Statement of Common Ground between the Borough Council and the County Council on this site. In respect of highways and traffic generation, I can see that the trip generation has been modelled for the dwellings and commercial floor space proposed, that is modelled up to the 2036 scenario, which is broadly consistent with the housing trajectory for this site. It's primarily towards the end of the planned period. What I had a question on really is it did say in that document that the trip generation wasn't modelled with an additional vehicle bridge in place. So I just wondering, there seemed to me to be a lack of clarity about the position, the agreed position between the local planning authority and the highway authority in respect of an additional vehicular, cycle and pedestrian access to the island. So that's really the question. What is the agreed position between the 2 authorities on this? Is an additional bridge access required, given the existing accesses to this site at the north and the south ends? And what would be the likely cost of new bridge access across the Orwell River, as I understand from the proposals, maps and the plan? That's where the new bridge access would be, and how viable would that be commercially and technically for this site? So apologies, a number of questions there, but first is, what's the agreed position in terms of access to the site? Is an additional bridge required? Mr. Hone, yes.
I think from a borough council perspective, the access would be dependent on the modelling when an application comes forward. Certainly the aspiration is to have a wet dock crossing in other parts of the plan. So we're talking about specifically the site itself. So it would depend on the capacity modelling and the number of houses that come forward. Obviously the site sheet is a broad indicator of how many dwellings would come forward, and it would be dependent on tenure and mix and size of dwellings themselves as to whether or not there would be highway capacity. But certainly the plan identifies a wet dock crossing as being an important part of the plan, irrespective of the site delivery itself. What I would say is that there is, and I'm sure the County Council will comment on this, some funding available which is residual to the Upper Orwell Crossings project that is allocated to a crossing point here, and I understand that there are some other bids for the pedestrian side, which is effectively across the lock gates to the wet dock.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're saying that from a highway capacity point of view, that you don't believe there's a requirement for an additional access onto the site. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Hone?
It would, as I said, it would depend on the type and tenure of property that comes forward as to the exact capacity. However, the bridge is proposed as part of a wider wet dock crossing point that is required as part of the plan.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm assuming, well, I'm not sure what sort of type of dwelling has been assumed in the modelling then of this site, and so it has already been modelled as part of the whole plan transport assessment. So what has been assumed in that in terms of the type of dwellings on this site? Don't know whether Mr. Clow, you can help with that.
In terms of, so the, as is set out in the statement of common ground, we said that there might need to be an extra access for emergency, but also the focus really should be on sustainable access. So there is that sustainable access to increase the permeability of the site. So while there's the funding for set aside by the county council, there was also a pedestrian bridge potentially as part of a bit to the towns fund as well. So really if there was an additional access needed, it would be for emergency access and sustainable access. I'll open up to my colleague Chris Fish just to see if he has any further details to that.
Yeah, Mr. Fish, thank you.
I don't have an awful lot more to say on that. Thank you, sir. But there are two important points. One is about the emergency access and the availability of the swing bridge across the lock for that. And I'm afraid I can't advise on a position on that. We have to assume that the access from St. Peter's Wharf is the emergency access otherwise. And I'd reinforce my colleague's comments about sustainable access, the length of the site, and I think it is set out in the statement of common ground. From the southern end, essentially, especially if access across the wet dock is not made available, it's quite a long walk to schools, for example, via St. Peter's Wharf.
Yeah. So hence the need for a bridge and cycle access, a pedestrian and cycle access.
As the statement says, yes, it's probably more a question of whether there's a full user bridge or a bridge for sustainable travel rather than no bridge at all, is our position.
Yeah. Okay. I think Mr. Hone mentioned that there was something to be said on funding for the bridge access.
I think Mr. Clowes has already alluded to it. I believe there's a 10.8 million pounds that's been reserved from the Upper Orwell Crossings project that had to be cancelled recently to facilitate Bridge B, which in detail was identified at the end of Felor Street. Now it's clear that would not be sufficient, I think, for a full road bridge carriageway, and actually it's not clear as to whether it would be adequate on its own for a pedestrian cycle access, for example. Those matters, of course, still need to be looked at in detail through a transport assessment, as I think Mr. Hone said.
Okay. Thank you. So the issue of there is an issue of viability then in respect of this site, and potentially there could be significant infrastructure costs that the development would have to bear alongside the funding, the public sector funding that's available. What is the current position on that, Mr. Hone?
With regards to the discussions that we've had with a potential developer, they are confident, given the sales values that have been made as part of the wine rack development, that the site would be viable for the policy requirements as indicated in the local plan. Certainly the bridge is an issue that there is some funding for, and as Mr. Fish said, it would be dependent on whether or not that is a full carriageway type bridge or a pedestrian cycle bridge only. So there is a funding pot available to that. As I've said previously, the brownfield sites in Ipswich are particularly difficult, and we would be looking to get funding from elsewhere. Certainly the waterfront is a key aspirational driver for regeneration for the council and the county council, as can be seen by the members working together, particularly on this site. Associated British Ports are the owner of the site, and along with Ipswich Borough Council, the County Council and the New Anglian LEP have a memorandum of understanding together for delivery of this site, and the four parties are working together on it, and there is commitments that that will be covered by that MOU in order to allow this site to come forward. It is such an important site that they are continuing to work together on it for that reason.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, you mentioned the wine rack development a couple of times, and I just to get my bearings, where is that? The wine rack. Sorry, Mr. Hone, you're muted.
I apologise. If I just get up bear with me a second, the site sheet. Oh, it's just off the site sheet. It's directly to the north of the island site on the opposite side of the waterfront.
Right. Okay. That's good enough for me. Thank you. Yeah.
It's one of the tallest buildings there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to come back to the landowner has made, so you're talking to a developer, the landowner has made some representations that the number of units should be reduced on this site to 150 dwellings to avoid the need for a second access. Would that be realistic, or a more realistic figure, let's say, for this site to plan for? And are 421 units developable at the density shown of 100 dwellings per hectare, given the sensitivity of the location and the surrounding heritage, river, dock? Just trying to get an understanding as to the realism attached to that number of dwellings on this particular site. I appreciate there are tall buildings around Wet Dock, but this is right in the centre of all of that, and is probably more constrained in terms of its proximity to the river and the dock.
Thank you. There's been some significant work undertaken with regards to Homes England and the statement of common ground we have in place with them, and they haven't objected to the density that's proposed for this site. The landowner is looking at a first phase of similar to the amount that they've quoted in their response. Certainly the council's aspiration for delivery of the site is for some additional units within that island site, and it's certainly felt that the site can accommodate that capacity, particularly as you've rightly said, the scale of development in and around that location. The anticipation certainly in design terms would be that you would have larger scale development on that site, and it's whilst it is sensitive, it's with regards to its location and relationship with the marina and the river, it's still accepted that a higher density development could be accommodated on that site if designed correctly.
Yeah, and is that the shared the position with Historic England as well.
It is, yeah. They've some modifications have been made to the opportunity area maps, and it does highlight important views in and around the waterfront, and those wouldn't be necessarily directly across this site. So they're sort of along laterally east-west across the waterfront, up the new cut, and along the waterfront north-south as well. So rather than the important sight lines being directly across this site, they would be along its sides.
Okay. Just bear with me one moment. Mr. Fish, I think you popped your hand up earlier to speak. I don't know whether it was because Mr. Hone was muted or whether you wanted to add anything there.
No, thank you, sir. I was trying to help, but Mr. Hone beat me to it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just a couple more questions then. I think we're due for a break. Yeah, the early years provision, do the requirements for early years provision need to be made more explicit, I think, is my question really. I think the County Council request is for a setting for 90 places on 0.13 hectares of land to be specified in the site sheet. So I'm just ask for your respective positions on that, please, Mr. Clow, Mr. Hone.
Yes, thank you. So the 90 place setting, we've identified that it's required to meet the needs from the island site, but also some of the needs for the adjacent wards to the north. Sorry, we deal with early years in wards. So Alexandra Ward, which is the town centre and the waterfront area, has a need for some early year spaces to meet the needs of development. So a 90 place setting would cover some of the need from the Alexandra Ward as well as the island site, and the site area that we've identified comes from guidance from the Department for Education.
Okay. Mr. Hone, it seems to me the council is reluctant to specify that.
I think that the statement of common ground that we have between the parties hopefully has clarified that, but maybe it hasn't. I apologise.
Just take me to the relevant document, if you would. You'll just need to give me a reference, if you wouldn't mind. I think it's probably an I reference.
It is. I'm afraid I've been having computer issues while we've been talking, so I don't have it to hand. But do you mind if I come back to you with that reference?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Sorry, I've just found it. I think it's I-15.
Ah, good. Thank you. So let me just open up. Yeah, I'm sure this was why I asked the question, because it wasn't clear to me that the suggested modification was agreed. I'm just scrolling through to the site. Yeah, what is the modification? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, so county, you're now asking for just early years education to be specified in there, but not a particular number of places.
I believe the number of places is set out in the modified table 8A.
Right. Okay. Can you just clarify? Is that? I'm sorry. Can you just clarify? Is that in the statement of common ground?
Yes, so the Appendix 1 to that Statement of Common Ground, I-15, and it's yes, it says explicitly a 90 place setting on site IP037.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I think that's all I needed to ask on this site. Mr. Edgley, was there anything you wanted to say that you haven't said previously on this site?
I think the sort of main thing we've obviously included within the hearing statement on this site is outlining the landowner's representation, really, and the quite significant change in the numbers. Obviously, hear what the council have said in terms of that's sort of been the landowner's view, and maybe it's looking at a different phase or a smaller kind of site. But I think it very much sort of demonstrates the overall fragility and the reliance on some of these allocations, and therefore when we sort of play that out, we're encouraged we encourage the need for additional land to be allocated for housing, because with some of the constraints that we've talked about previously, and then various landowner aspirations, we're concerned that the plan is going to be under delivering in terms of housing, and to obviously accommodate and rectify that, there needs to be additional land provided. But I think other than that and what's in our hearing statement, nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgley. Unless there are any other comments, I think we will take a break for lunch there and resume at 2 o'clock with Ms. Baker will be taking us forward onto site IP048A. So unless there are any other points, we'll take a break for lunch. We'll resume again at 2 o'clock. And again, if you could turn your cameras off and mute your microphones, but stay in the session. Thank you.
Mark, hi. I've seen you've come back into the meeting. I didn't have you down as speaking this afternoon.
Yeah, I think, well, if I've understood the agenda right, I've finished, but yeah, so I cannot attend because I think I think they're moving on, aren't they?
They are. The people I expect to speak this afternoon are Anglian Water and the Department of Education and the county.
Yeah, let me just oh yeah, we did that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I think yeah. Well, it sort of just all ended very well, quite quickly, as we got to 1 o'clock. But no, that's okay. I'll leave then, Annette. And yeah, I think yeah, probably everything I've had to say has been said. So yeah, I'll leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'm not down for tomorrow either. I think is fine.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll leave. Yeah. Although actually, I think I might speak to you later. I might give you
Okay.
a call.
Okay. Let's do that.
Have a good
Okay.
afternoon. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Annette. It's Carlos. Are you there?
Hi, Carlos. Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I was just wondering, for the last sites that we're discussing today,
Yeah.
in the Anglian Water matters statement, there is an appendix document that might be worth sharing. Can you ask the
Okay.
inspectors whether or not they would be happy for me or Anglian Water to do that?
Okay, I will do. I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's 13:59. I'm about to hand the meeting over to the inspectors. And Carlos, if you would like to bring up that subject as we start the session, I think the inspectors have it already to hand, but we can check the detail of that. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear and see me. It's now 2 o'clock, so the hearing is resumed. Mr. Hone, I understand that there's an issue that you wish to raise with us, and I'll probably ask my colleague, Mr. Hayden, to respond if I can. Mr. Hone, did you want to say what it is you wanted to say?
Thank you, Madam. It was relating to site IP067A, which is, I think, the second site we're probably going to speak about in this session. There is a plan that Anglian Water have used in their Appendix 1 of their matter statement. I'm just wondering whether or not it would be helpful to share that so that we can talk around it, or if everyone has it to hand.
Mr. Hayden, do you want to respond as you're dealing with that site?
Yes, but I mean, I have that open in front of me, so I have got some questions to ask about it anyway, and it would be helpful if everyone has it open. I'm not sure it's necessary to have it shared on screen, but let's see how we get on. If we need to have it on screen to point to, then we'll do that at the time. But yeah, thank you for drawing attention to that. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Well, we're going to move on to talk about IP048A, which is the Mint Quarter and Cox Lane East regeneration area, which is allocated for 53 flats. Now, Mr. Bartlett from the Department for Education and the County Council are both down to speak on this topic. So could I ask you to switch your cameras on for me? Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I can see you now. Mr. Clow, are you there as well? Lovely, thank you. So perhaps we can just start our discussions. I just have a few supplementary questions on this. And as we asked, in terms of our matters, issues and questions, there were 3 questions that we asked on this site. And it's the first question, supplementary question I wanted to ask was of the council. So Mr. Hone, should the primary school be the subject of a separate site allocation as suggested by the Department for Education?
Thank you. The site allocation, when it was started to be brought forward in the plan process, was for a wider housing site. And as the discussions have been ongoing with the Department for Education and the then landowner, there has been more certainty moving through the plan process that an education facility is both A, required, and B, can be accommodated on this site. And so the allocation itself has evolved as the plan has progressed. So we can certainly see where the Department for Education are coming from when they ask for that to be split. And there is no real reason from the Borough Council's position why we couldn't do that.
Okay, so is that something you could perhaps put forward as a proposed change to the plan then, Mr. Hone?
Yes, we could do that.
Lovely. And perhaps in preparing that change, you could perhaps discuss with Mr. Bartlett the requirements of the site and where that site should be within the allocation itself. Is that possible?
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, would that be an acceptable proposition for yourself?
Absolutely, that's great. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. And just a question to yourself, Mr. Bartlett. You say that you're seeking to acquire additional land to increase the available outdoor play space for the school. What stage are you currently at with that purchase, and what's the timescale for the acquisition?
Yeah, I do appreciate, Mo, this has come up quite late in the local plan process, but the area of land we identified was that she's actually owned by Ipswich Borough Council, and we are intending to acquire the land, most likely on a long leasehold arrangement in the same way as the main school site. We would hope to be concluding those, that purchase within a couple of months, I would say. Our intention is to include that land as part. We're currently intending to include that land as part of a planning application, but of course it would be subject to successfully securing the land.
Thank you. And Mr. Hone, is that your understanding? And would that require a change to the policies map?
If it was necessary to make the development acceptable in terms of the land available to it, then the allocation outline would need to change for that reason. I'm not sure whether or not it's nice to have additional bit of land or it's absolutely necessary, and we haven't had any further information from the Department for Education to further consider that. But the allocation could be amended.
Mr. Bartlett, perhaps you could provide us with a little bit more information on that, can you?
Yeah, certainly. So I probably wouldn't use the term nice to have, but I can see why Mr. Hone uses it. But we're dealing with a very constrained site for a school. It's under the department's area guidelines. Now that doesn't prevent the school coming forward. There are many schools that are delivered on constrained sites, particularly in town centre and urban sites. But what it doesn't mean is that if we identify further land that might become available to make the school more compliant with our own standards, then we would look to take advantage of that. So in this instance, if that land is available to us, it would actually increase the open space for the school and children's play space, which it would currently be under area on.
So in terms of the DFE's standards, the outside space that would be attached to this school, it doesn't meet that standard at the moment, but potentially would be closer to that standard, or would it exceed that standard if you use this extra bit of land?
Yeah, it would be closer to it.
Closer to it. So it still wouldn't exceed it, but it would give a larger play area that's closer to that standard. Is it a minimum standard, or is it just a guide that you have for? Yeah,
it's a guide. We only have actual minimum standards where there's nursery provision. So this school it includes a nursery, and it does provide that space. But clearly, even though it's guidance, we always want to do the best by the pupils, and if we can secure extra land to meet their guidance, then we strive to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Hone, do you think that would give sufficient justification to amendments to the policies map in terms of this allocation?
I think it would, yes. And let me just apologise for my phraseology earlier. It was really just to make the point about whether or not it was acceptable with regards to the standards or in addition to it.
No, that's fine. It's a valid point to make, and Mr. Bartlett's very kindly clarified that. So thank you for that. Okay. So in terms of MM69, that appears to have satisfied the concerns of the Department for Education and the County Council, actually, in respect of question 137, which is, should reference to early years provision be included in table 1 in policy SP2 for this site? And you do include a proposed change, don't you, to the plan, Mr. Hone, in your in I31, I think it is, actually. Sorry, it's not. It's in the Statement of Common Ground with the County Council. Apologies for that. Does anyone wish to add anything further in respect of that proposed change? I presume it satisfies all the parties concerned.
Yes, we're happy with it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, did you have any views on it?
No, we're very happy with that. We've, as I said before, we're including provision for a 30-place nursery within the primary year.
Lovely, thank you. Well, I had no further questions on this site. Does anybody else have anything that they wish to raise before I move on to, well, ask my colleague to move on to the next site? No? Okay, thank you then, Mr. Hayden. Would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. That's good. So we're looking at site reference IP067A, which is known as the former British Energy site at Cliff Key. So we asked a number of questions, and I'd like to just ask some follow-up questions on questions 253 and 254. So Mr. Patience, can I just thank you? I'm sorry, this is not intended as a pun, but thank you. You waited until the very end of the session, so thank you indeed for your patience on this occasion. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, taking questions. So question 253: could an acceptable standard of residential amenity be achieved for the proposed housing allocation on the former British Energy site, given its proximity to the water recycling centre? And then 254: how far across the site does the odour dispersion contour extend, as referred to in the Statement of Common Ground? So hopefully we have a plan that was referred to earlier. Yeah. So Appendix 1 to your hearing position statement, Mr. Patience, and that's really what I'm looking at. Hopefully, Mr. Hone, Mr. Fuhr, you have that up in front of you as well. So I just really wanted to get some clarification on that, if that's okay. In your representation, Mr. Patience, you say that the 3 OU per cubic metre odour dispersion contour extends to between 300 and 370 metres from the northern boundary of the water recycling centre, as I understand it. But on the plan, that's at Appendix 1, I can see that the contour line cuts across the sort of southeastern corner of the site, but the council says the site is approximately 200 metres from the water recycling centre. So I'm just after some clarification to begin with as to indeed how far the site is from the water recycling centre, and what is the distance of that 3 OU contour from the water recycling centre. Perhaps you could just start with that, Mr. Patience.
Thank you for that. I think I'm right in saying that actually the statement was written prior to actually providing the plan. I think I would want to clarify the actual exact distance, but I suspect actually we may want to actually use the plan as the definitive source of that information rather than actually an original statement. But I'm happy to clarify exactly the actual the distance itself. And apologies if there's a discrepancy there. In terms of the 200 metre distance that you mentioned earlier, I think that isn't referring to the allocation site. I think that's referring to the site on Piper's Vale Close, which I think the council is referring to, which is just down from the actual allocation site, which is part of what they said.
Yeah. Okay. Probably approximately the same distance, isn't it? Though that's fine. So there's a discrepancy on the distance, but is there any disagreement on that the map at Appendix 1 shows the correct odour dispersion position? So we're looking at that, and we're looking at that the line marked with 3. So it's the 3 OU per cubic metre contour that's the critical contour. Is understanding, Mr. Patience, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct. The free odour contour is the critical one from this perspective, and the reason for that is the free odour unit contour is a level at which there is a possibility of complaints and the like. That's why it's critical in that sense.
Okay, Mr. Ho, do you want to comment on this?
I think it's good to have that clarification that the map is the accurate bit of data that we're looking at. Looking at the contour itself, the contour for 3 cuts across a very small element of the proposed allocated site for residential. The remainder of the site 67B is an employment allocation. It is anticipated that the site could be delivered and designed to such a degree that it would not necessarily cut across that small corner that oversails the allocation, but certainly we must have regard to the Piper's Vale Close next door, which has been built within those areas. More predominantly, there's a number of houses in there. I think a point to make about a planning permission that has been granted just to the north on IP 143 for 96 dwellings. That's within the 1.5 contour, and that also goes across a number of the other houses on the opposite side of Sandy Hall Lane. And evidence supporting that planning application and planning permission was provided by the council's own environmental health department, which logs the complaints for odour in and around that area, and there was about 7% of the complaints in a 7-year period from Piper's Vale Close. So certainly when the wind is in a certain direction, I would say that there are occasions when there will be complaints, but it's not to a significant degree, I would say. And the contour 3 only, like I said, cuts a small element of the site off. So I still feel that the development as proposed in the SAP could be delivered without it having adverse impact on residential amenity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hode. I did want to ask about the record of complaints from residents in Piper Vale Close. So perhaps I'll just come back to Mr. Patience on that. Clearly there is an existing residential development that's, part of which is within the 3 OU odour contour. So is your understanding of the complaints the same as Mr. Hone's? And has there been has the proximity of that development had any effect on the continuous operation of the water recycling centre?
On that, I understand that there has been complaints that we've got records of, and it's difficult to sort of tally our complaints as to the councils, but certainly there has been complaints in the area. I think the point we would make is that there's actually been complaints beyond actually the Piper's Vale Close development. In other words, within the 1.5 contour mentioned earlier. So our concern, I suppose, going back to the earlier point about the site and actually its ability to actually come forward, really is about actually whether actually that actual contour can be actually interpreted as being this situation and actually will not lead to complaints. Because effectively what we're saying is that there's 2 parts to it. There is the actual contours themselves, which are showing that there is a free odour unit contour that applies. there's complaints in the wider vicinity, and the modelling to some extent is, you shouldn't interpret it as literally it will predict that in every instance. There may be changes where somebody, for example, experiences it beyond actually that range, even if actually according to the modelling it's only 3 order units. So I think we've got to be careful about not actually over attributing actually meaning to the actual contours. I think we'd have to take account of the complaints more widely, the contours themselves, and also the complexity of the actual uses on site. So there's sewage treatment on site as well as sludge treatment. So there's 2 different processes on site as well. So I suppose what we're saying is that it's not just the odor plan in isolation that's giving us cause for concern. It's those 3 things in totality. Is really where we're coming from, because I appreciate with this it's very much a judgment that has to be reached, but it's those 3 things in combination that are giving us cause for concern.
Yeah. What is the scale of complaints then that has been received from the wider area then? So it sounds like you're saying it's beyond the 3 odor units.
I'm afraid I don't have the exact numbers, but I certainly know the locations are actually further afield than the neighbouring development. That's sorry, the Pipers Vale Close development. So I know how much, but certainly I can provide more information about the numbers in terms of actually our records, as well as and how they compare to so that allow you to compare those to the council's actually reported as well. Because I don't think that was actually included in their actual statement that's before you, as far as I know. So what I'm thinking is if I were to provide you more detail on that might allow you to actually compare and contrast, as it were, between the two sets of figures.
I think if anything, it's the frequency of those complaints beyond that 3 odor unit contour, really, because it's clear that the 3 odor unit contour cuts across the very southeastern corner. So if that is the cut-off line, I appreciate you saying it's modelling and theoretical, then in theory the remainder of the site could be developed without harm to amenity. But it sounds like you're saying from the evidence odours do disperse further than that. And so I think what would be helpful is to understand the frequency of those sort of occurrences, and perhaps as borne out by any evidence of the frequency of complaints and the number of complaints from beyond there. So I think that would be quite helpful evidence if the 2 parties could agree on the figures. It would be helpful to see that.
I'm happy to do that and work with the council to provide a notice similar to that effect.
Mr. Howard?
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to work with Mr. Patience on that. The council has its own environmental health data, which goes back 7 years prior to the application being permitted on IP143, and it indicates 71 complaints in that period, so less than 1 a month. And much of that site, IP143, is within the same contour as the site allocation that's proposed by the council under IP067A.
So 71 complaints going back over how many years?
A 7-year period prior to the permission being considered, the application being considered.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be useful just to have that data and have some agreement on that. Okay. That's helpful. I really then just wanted to come on to the modification that's been proposed. Yeah, so this is in the council's, this is in the statement of common ground, isn't it, between council and Anglian Water. So it is an area of disagreement, but it's a modification that's been proposed by the council for some additional text to be included in the site sheet, as I understand it. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Patience?
Yes, I do. I've got a copy of both our statement and the council statement before us. Yes.
Okay, that's great. So it's really just I wanted to ask about the wording of that modification, which the council is putting forward as a means of sort of providing some safeguards in terms of residential amenity. Can you just give me your views on that and why that wouldn't be adequate as a modification to the plan to deal with this issue, And I guess then, what more would you be looking for in terms of a modification to the plan to address the concern that you have?
Thank you. I suppose the issue for us really is that it is possible for some sites to actually avoid the issue entirely. So effectively, your site would be at such a distance that there would be no issues in respect of odour. The issue from our perspective is that there is a level of actual odour concentration as shown on the plan. And as I say, we've got complete history. So the issue for us is really whether actually there is a risk or otherwise of actually leading to complaints as a result of this site being identified for residential development, because in the adopted plan it was for employment uses from memory. So effectively it's about that balance, as I said earlier, and actually our view is on balance that we're not convinced that in itself would not give that rise to complaints. So that hence why we don't agree the modification as put forward by the council. So that effectively is what we're concerned about, and for those reasons we don't agree with the modification as proposed. But what I would say is that in some circumstances, not necessarily, it is actually something that could be pursued, but we don't think it's appropriate in this occasion.
So obviously, so there's two. So you're not happy that the modification as proposed deals with it. Your alternative would be to effectively delete this allocation and find an alternative allocation. But is there a middle ground there that you can see? Would there be another way of modifying the plan to address your concern?
Not at the moment. And part of the reason for that is the actual scale of the site itself. There isn't much room to maneuver, as it were, physically on site as well. So no, I think at the moment I don't think there's a middle way between us at the moment, as far as I know.
Okay. And sorry, one question I didn't really get an answer on earlier was to what extent have the complaints that have been received so far had an effect on the continuous operation of the water recycling centre? And is there a kind of threshold of dwellings above which the centre the water recycling centre would have its operation compromised?
I don't think there's a sort of tipping point or threshold, as it were. I think we've got an obligation to our customers to actually respond to any complaints raised, in terms of our operation of our site. So I think there's been at least some things that have happened historically on site, and we can provide some further information about that. But it's not. There isn't a sort of number, as it were, that you reach a sort of tipping point and you reach this number, say X number of complaints, and therefore we do something as a consequence of that. My understanding isn't working that way. And the thing to bear in mind is that all of our sites are different in the sense that you've got different treatment processes, you've got different things on site and the like. So it's not really appropriate to have a number that directs you to actually do something. So it very much depends on what's on site, what's the current processes, how it's operating currently, what's the effect on customers, and actually is that actually as a result of our operation or another source. So because on some occasions what somebody may be experiencing might not be related to our site, for example. But yeah, so there's no tipping point or threshold in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hone, do you just want to come back on that?
Not the specifics of what Mr. Patience has said about tipping point about the operation, but certainly the council's environmental health department work closely with Anglian Water, and I understand they're looking at trying to ensure an effective odour management plan is put in place to resolve any issues that are raised by complaints that the council's department gets in.
Yeah. Okay. Just one final question. It really follows on from question 256 about viability. So and this is a question to the council really. In your hearing position statement, you've indicated a sort of approximate density for the site. Indicative capacity is it could support 17 dwellings at that density. It is in a lower brownfield. A lower value brownfield. Sorry, it's it's a brownfield site within the lower value zone identified in the whole plan viability assessment, which indicates that developments are more housing developments are more viable than flatted developments. So hence, I guess the reason for your approach to density. You refer to deliverability being dependent on improved market values achieved over time, though, because of its location within the lower value area. So site delivery is due in year 13. Yeah, you say potentially economic circumstances will have changed. I suppose my question really is, given the site's location, not far from a water recycling centre, is that a likely scenario that values will have improved to a level in this location where housing development here would be economically viable?
Well, I would say that there is some evidence in that there's a planning permission that was granted quite recently on the site to the north for 96 dwellings.
Was that by a house builder, or?
I would need to recall that, I'm afraid. I don't know if it was a house builder who got the permission, but certainly there is a planning permission in place and ongoing discussions about the site and the decontamination of that site. Furthermore, and that was, I understand, Cheltenham Developments. The site to the east part of Vale Close is not particularly old in terms of the development. And in terms of the land values on sites like this coming forward, it's important that the strategy that the council has is, as you know, it's a combination of greenfield strategic site delivery and brownfield regeneration within town centre. And as the deliverability of the greenfield sites come forward, in particular the Ipswich Garden suburb, you will get an increase in house prices and land values associated with that. So for this being quite far back in the plan, it is felt that the regeneration aspirations of the council will be able to be realised because of the associated knock-on effects of land and values from those wider strategic sites.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Mr. Patience, was there anything more that you wanted to say on this site?
Thank you. I think we've covered most of things. I suppose the only thing I was going to mention was that obviously this site, Cliffs Quay's been in place for some time, and things may change over time as the processes and permits and the like. But beyond that, I think we've covered most of what I was going to say in terms of the earlier questions. So that was the only thing I was really going to add to what I've said already.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ms. Baker, did you have any other questions?
Sorry, couldn't unmute myself. No, I had nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Unless there's anything else the council wanted to add on this site.
No.
I think we've. Right, Mr. Holmes. Sorry, was there something more to say? No.
Sorry, nothing. Thank you.
Good. So I think that's it. I think we've concluded today's sessions on housing site allocations. We will effectively resume this part of the hearing tomorrow at 9:30. We have a fair bit to get through tomorrow, but I think based on today, we're reasonably confident that we'll cover the ground tomorrow. Ms. Baker, was there anything you want to say by way of administration or programming for tomorrow?
I don't think there is, no, just that we'll resume at 9:30 in the morning to talk about the Ravenswood sites.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for your cooperation today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.